Thunder, 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 thunderhead, ho!
Did I remember to shut my clips? Hey, I did. Look at that. It's like I'm learning or something. That's amazing. That's amazing. Practice makes perfect, you guys. Let's get some music going. Boom, there we go. A little Occam's Laser for you. The band that I would never have listened to had their music not been available to me royalty-free. They seem okay. I should probably give them a listen, actually, and not just on Pretzel sometime. So how's everybody doing tonight? How's it going? Pardon me while I do my usual last-minute cleanup around my paint desk before we get started. I have so much time in which to deal with stream stuff, and I'm always like, no, I gotta go outside, I gotta do some stuff around the property, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, and it's like I forget about it until half an hour before, and then it's time to do literally everything at the last second. But that's, that's just who I am. That's just who I am as a person. Samare, Vergatarung, Puck Duncher, Hethreer, O'Coral, Dark Fox, Colonel Matthew Steiner, Sentient Pickle.
To Thunderhead Studios.
Holy shit.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't. Like, guys, life is change. Stagnation is death. But that rule is that's not going to change. That's a pretty hard and fast rule. If you will. He said hard. I imagine at least one person in the audience made that exact sound when I said that. Oh, this brush is fucked. Awesome. Stupendous. I love when I forget to clean a brush after doing a bunch of dry brushing. That's why I shouldn't do my dry brushing at like 3 a.m. When I get done with it and I'm like, alright, fuck this, I'm going to bed, and I just forget to do all my cleanup. It's genius, obviously. What's everybody up to today? Only me? Oh, that's good to know. What's up, Aeon Drummond? Hey, Roland, chewing on some gold bears like a fucking savage. Haribo, or nothing. Or nothing. I'll also accept Black Forest. So I guess not nothing. Haribo or Black Forest should be the same. But I don't know, that's not as dramatic. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. That line, by itself, should say just everything anyone needs to know about George Lucas's writing that he didn't understand. I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made he was being super clever in making an absolute binary statement about how only a certain person deals in absolutes, but it really just seems like he didn't know what he was saying when he wrote it, Fair enough. Oh, yes, we did, Samare. Like, just in the last half hour, suddenly, absolutely insane fucking wind speeds, just out of nowhere. Hey, Vergatarung, Skomatch, you gonna send me... I don't believe, you can send them to me, and I'll eat them, and I'll probably enjoy them, but you're not gonna get me to change my mind. It's not gonna happen. You can if you want. We should make that a thing. People can, send me snacks for me to eat. I'd be down with that. I fucking love snacks, you guys. Snacks are, one of the great pleasures in life. Good snacks, obviously, not bad snacks. Not your average shit snack. Not your fucking lowbrow, bottom-of-the-barrel Albanese gummy bears like some kind of trash person who eats garbage. Roland has an idea for my Southern Heavy Gears. I'm excited to hear it because they are going to be coming up here pretty soon. I'm not doing them today because I needed to do more work on them, and I got busy doing painting today. And not the fun kind of painting, the outdoor with a paint gun. We need to paint the barn before it fucking gets hit with more weather kind of painting. It really was not. It's not fun. That and dragging pieces of farm equipment that haven't moved in... Legitimately, it's been at least 50 years. Probably 60, maybe 70 years. Some of these old pieces of farm equipment. They are ancient pieces of steel And they haven't moved at all. So getting them up out of the ground was fun. Red shoulders. Ooh, red shoulders. Like the, like from Votoms. Yeah? I could get on board with that. I like a nice nod. Not gonna get me to admit that I was wrong. That's true, but I will change my mind, and you'll know it. You'll have the moral victory. Is that it? You'll just know, no matter what I say, that my mind was changed. In fact, the more that I claim it wasn't, I'm sure the more convinced you'll be. I can work with that, Matt. Zoinks! What's up, Downslide? Yeah, there was an included in parenthesis, just so as you know, I'm joking around. Oh, I'll accept that. Caps lock is cruise control for cool. I don't know if you guys knew this, but it makes what you're saying automatically cooler and funnier. I shouldn't make fun. I literally go into DLG's chat, into Daylight Gamers, when he's streaming, and I'll just type things in all caps. I'll just be a total asshole. I cannot really criticize anyone for that one. This size 1 brush needs a boiling. I'll set you aside. What am I going to work with today? Probably you two. And these are going to need cleaning. And also you. So I've got some interesting clones on the desk today. I need some, what are they called? Phase 2 clones. An old one. Send me, I mean, I'm not going to turn down gummies. Like, I'll eat all of them. I'll eat even the bad ones. I'll enjoy the bad ones, unironically. So, we're going to be working on some clones tonight. What I need are Phase 2 clones to fill out my squads, but I have to say, I'm a little... It's not like a big deal. I'm not saying, like, Legion's stupid because of this. Like, Legion is stupid, but for other reasons. I didn't highlight that as much as I wanted to. I'm going to have to do that by hand. They've got Phase 1 and Phase 2 clones as separate units, which bugs me out a little bit because they're literally the same guys a little bit later in the war with different armor that they gave them, which is odd to have them be a completely separate unit, and it feels strange being like, well, I want to run both Phase 1 and Phase 2 because they have slightly different abilities. Like, really? Okay. I guess. Sure. I don't like the look of the Phase 1s and the Phase 2s on the board at the same time, so I'm going with these guys, these Airborne clones, because they at least have slightly different equipment and different training, and I can justify them being slightly better for their points. I figure I only really want 1 or 2 squads of them anyway, so we're going to work on these guys with the beehive helmets. I mean, yeah, they're clones. Now, to be fair, they did say that some of the clones were slightly different. Hey, Daytrin Voltari, good to see you, man. Oh, and there's Cat. There's Cat. Where's my button?
Hello there.
Good to see you, Cat. How are things? Alright, I'm just about ready to start going here. Gonna be painting white armor for some goddamn reason. I felt like that was a good idea, so... Hooray! We did it for Captain Ron. You know?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Get my wet palette out. And it's still good from last time. That's fantastic. That is kind of the whole point of a wet palette. It shouldn't sound like I'm impressed by that. And let me get some white paint right where I need it to be. How is everybody doing today? Today,
Welcome
you know...
back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Getting started the right way.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
And yet we never do. You're being pressured to run a Star Wars game. What kind of Star Wars game? Like an RPG? I just want to let everybody know I might be a little lower energy today, a little more chill. And it's just because right now I'm physically exhausted. I really am. There's been a lot to do since the weather changed. Oh, Edge of the Empire. I hear the words. I hear that the RPG systems for FFG are pretty damn good. Hey, White Wolf, good to see you. I agree. It's just that sometimes on here I'm a manic fucking maniac. Manic maniac. That's not redundant at all. Of course not. We're also going to... I don't think I'm going to work on these guys tonight. But I do have a whole squad of ARC troopers with their little shoulder pads and jetpacks that I need to work on. Probably next. I want to do the Phase 2s first because they are a core choice and more useful in general. Whereas the ARC troopers are special forces. More expensive and less generally useful. Coruscant Vice. That's basically like half the episodes of Clone Wars. Oh shit! I got into the new episodes of Clone Wars. I finished off Season 6 again, which I forget how weird those last few episodes with Yoda really were. Like, it's been so long. And reminding myself, this is where they left us. Like, this is really where they were like, okay, yeah, we're done now. That was so fucking crazy. It was madness. But I started the first few episodes of the new Clone Wars, and it's good. It's good. I think it's a little... Like, they obviously improved the animation. It's been a while since the last time they filmed anything. Since the last time they animated anything. They did a lot of work on the action. It's very extra, I'm noticing. And I just mean like it's, like the action scenes are super duper extra. They're like cameras soaring around the action and going under clones' arms and shooting up their nose and out the ear hole of their helmet while they're shooting a guy. And then a dude gets thrown into the frame who's having another. It's like, holy shit, guys. I appreciate what you're trying to do. You know? Come back with a bang and all. Maybe calm down a little bit. We don't have to, every single battle scene doesn't need to be the fucking Avengers Battle of New York, you know? We can have a couple regular fight scenes. But I mean, you know, I'm essentially complaining about the show getting better and having a bigger budget, which I guess these are the sort of problems you want to have, you know? And yeah, they're making up for the first 2 seasons. I mean, I don't want to say that it absolutely is massive over-editing, but maybe a bit of over-editing and some hyperactive camera work. They're clearly very much in love with the Delta Squad Republic Commando. Oh, wait, no, I mean the Bad Batch. That's what they're calling them. Yeah, that's it. I can appreciate that they essentially were just like, guys, we need to bring Delta Squad from Republic Commando into the series. It is really obvious that that's what they're doing. I guess some part of me wishes that they had just been like, look, it's Delta Squad from Republic Commando. That's what it is. Instead, they just gave them very similar armor and attitudes and roles and the exact same weapons and were like, no, it's somebody else. It's the Bad Batch. But if you're gonna give them a reference to anything, I think, you know, paying homage to 99 is a nice touch. So I'm just gonna get started nice and slow today. And I am batch painting white, so I'm gonna try not to spend too much time on each individual clone here. That is too thick. I need that to be thinner. There's my matte medium. That's my flow aid. It's around. Did I drink it? I could have. I suppose I might have. I probably didn't. It's not over there. Why do I don't lose my matte medium that often. There it is. Okay. There we go. Dark Fox, good point. Thank you. I was about to start wiping paint on my hand. Oh, but that sounds like a lot of fun, Roland. Sounds like you've been having a blast. But yeah, it's a good show. They are revisiting things from the original series in a very fun way. I say the original series, it's the same damn series. I think everybody's further ahead of it than I am at this point, but, you know, that's okay. I'll get there, too. I think I only watched like 3 episodes of it last night. I'm probably just gonna blast through the rest of it late tonight. It's a good show. I wish we'd get more Star Wars animation. For the life of me, I feel like Star Wars lives in animation better than it ever has on the big screen. I know we all get super excited for the movies, but the movies, I mean, that's part of the problem, I feel like. We get so excited for the movies, we're willing to spend any amount of money to see them, and the algorithm knows. And we enter this sort of problem, like the problem that we had with the sequels, where they're not permitted to fail. Like, they're financially not allowed to take risks or to fail. Which I guess is ironic, since they decided, we're going to do nothing but risks with The Last Jedi, and that just went crazy. Come to think of it, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. I can't really explain The Last Jedi in the context of the money-making algorithm. It was a terrible idea. It's like they think if they want to do something experimental, they have to go whole hog and do something just completely crazy that insults the original. And that's not really an answer either. I need to do gray liner before I start on the white, and I just remembered that. Really roll? Well, yeah, you know. I'll check it out. No prune face tonight, Pondburn. We'll do prune face once I get into the Rebels. I love that they made a miniature for prune face. I really do. I mean, there is some air. It's just a very cynical sort of logic. It's a very pandering sort of logic. And you know what's terrible for me? Is that, like, I can see the social messages they were trying to push in The Last Jedi. And what's painful is, in a very real-world sense, I agree with those messages in many cases. But it was like the most surface-level, bare-bones, unnuanced approach that they could possibly make. It was just like, hey, I've heard of feminism, let's make men look stupid. Like, no, whoa. Slow down. That's not what we're... No. And I think Poe paid the price, as did Hux, and that makes me sad to this day, because they were great characters played by great actors. Well, maybe not great characters, they were okay characters played by great actors. There we go, that's accurate. But, you know, everybody's in disagreement about and we use different pejorative terms for the kind of people that The Last Jedi was pandering to. Let me just tell you, for those of you on the opposite side of the spectrum from me, it was pandering to me, and I hated it. So, you're not alone. And I definitely had some people call me some less than kind words based on my dislike of it, which was weird. Really weird, over a Star Wars movie. But that's okay. That's okay. Because people like that, we don't really need to spend much time with or communicate with at all. We can just move right past them. That's what I like to do. Talking about the best sequel today? Hell yeah! Matt? No. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna fault anybody for liking The Last Jedi. I just didn't. I will fault people for telling me that I'm some kind of an asshole for not liking The Last Jedi. That I take some issue with, believe it or not. I may be an asshole, sir, but that's not the reason. At least call me out for something I genuinely do. I'm trying not to spend too much time doing my shading on all these guys, because I am going to try to get a marginal amount of work done on 6 of them. That's pretty good in there. I really didn't mind The Force Awakens. I mean, it had its problems, but most of the problems that The Force Awakens had were only really problems when the subsequent films failed to answer the questions introduced or repeat the themes. On its own, it really would have been fine. I can't remember if these straps are supposed to... I think they're supposed to be, like the rest of this stuff, gray and not white. I'm pretty sure. Which is a little funny, because the ARC Trooper straps are definitely supposed to be white. But, as I remember, the airborne equipment was all darkened. I'll check that buckle before I color it. Yeah, I mean, but you know, the Plinkett reviews are the best part of most bad movies. And as I rip on The Last Jedi, let it be known for anyone sitting out there thinking, but I like The Last Jedi. That's fine. That's fine. I like a lot of things. I do. I like things that a lot of people don't like. And you know, that's just life. He just didn't do anything for me. And I realized, you know, The Last Jedi did help me with a few things. It helped me to realize that I don't own Star Wars. You know? Excuse me. It helped me to realize that, yes, okay, I spent an inordinate amount of my childhood playing with Star Wars toys and playing Star Wars on the fucking playground and pretending I was a Sith or a Jedi or what have you with my friends. Like, yes, I did all that. None of that really entitles me to ownership over the property or to determine the future of it. Now, it does seem that having a bunch of money does entitle you to all of those things, and while I may not like that, I also can't really argue with it, so now Disney makes these decisions, and I don't, but I never did, so I take heart in the words of Kylo Ren, let the past die, or kill it if you have to. It really felt like he was speaking directly to me, just saying, hey nerd, fucking shut up. And, I guess that's what I have to do. Realized I don't know what color that armor plate is. I need to pull up a picture of an Airborne Trooper real quick to make sure that I'm getting my colors right. I'm pretty sure I am on these. But I might as well pull up a picture before I go any further and do anything else stupid. Yeah, Samare, and the interviews with Mark Hamill really hurt me too, because you could tell he was trying so hard to just be positive about everything, and it was slowly killing him. I'm with you, Matt. I fucking loved Solo. I do not understand the hate that Solo gets. I can pick out a couple of bad scenes in it, sure. No problem. But, overall, I loved it. It was fun. It felt like a Star Wars movie to me. I don't feel like Rogue One felt like a Star Wars movie to me. Rogue One felt like a war movie trying to be about Star Wars, which obviously is what a lot of people wanted. But it didn't feel Star Wars. And I mean, that's fine, you know? Airborne Clone Trooper. Let's pull you up. Yeah, most of his equipment is gray, it looks like, including that armor plate. Yep. What about the bandolier? Yeah, it looks like it is. Looks like everything's darkly colored. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That takes a lot of pressure off me deciding what to do. Let's pull this picture up for reference. And put you right here. That works. Alright. I'm not going to do the comma in this color because it has a bit more color to it than the straps and grenades and whatnot. I'll do that in a slightly warmer tone after I do this. But, you know, as I complain about beloved properties, let the message you truly take away be, you can like whatever you want for whatever reason you want. There's nothing stopping you, you know? And you should! You should enjoy things. But that doesn't make them good. It's a lesson I had to learn as a young man. Just because I really like it doesn't actually make it any good. Insert long conversation about subjectivity here. I think that there is some objectivity to be found in the critique of art in particular. There is. There are things that are objectively true about the quality of film. But then there are also subjective concerns. And a film being objectively of high quality in certain areas, like camera work, or editing, or even writing, doesn't make a movie enjoyable, necessarily. I mean, I can think of plenty of movies that are just considered good. They're good movies. They're the kind of movies that you should watch. Your Schindler's Lists that I don't enjoy, like, at all. It's more about what a movie's trying to do, and is it successful at it. And, you know, Rogue One was trying to be a war movie, and it was fairly successful at that. Good for it. Did not enjoy watching it so much. I like the third act. I always come back around to that. The third act, yeah, that was pretty good. That was really good. There was just a lot before that didn't grab me. But I'm apparently wrong about that, according to every other Star Wars fan on the planet. So, you know, I just need to suck it up. I'm excited to hear that Taika Waititi is getting a Star Wars movie. That man knows how to make a movie. If Thor Ragnarok hadn't happened, I would say something clever here, like, well, he's a good director, but we'll see if he knows how to make an action movie. But no, he does. We've seen it. It's quite excellent. There's no reason to worry about that. So I'm psyched to see what he has in mind. Taika Waititi is an interesting guy. And I'm a big What We Do in the Shadows fan. You know, as big a fan as you can be of a one-off movie, I guess. Well, and the show. I shouldn't fail to mention the show. There is a What We Do in the Shadows TV show from FX, and it's pretty good. It's really quite enjoyable. Plus, Mark Hamill is about to get a cameo on there, which is exciting. I want to see Mark Hamill as a vampire lord. Who doesn't want that? Yeah, he does. He shows up in the series for the Vampire Council episode. Well, the whole crew does, as their characters from What We Do in the Shadows. Vladislav the Poker. So on and so forth. Everybody minus Peter. Poor Peter. He died. Are they still doing that werewolf movie they said they were going to do? They were going to do a movie called Werewolves that was about the werewolf crew. And I don't know that they ever wound up doing that. I mean, I know they haven't done it, but I don't know if the project is still active or not. I hope it is. It sounds funny. course I have to paint the cheek that's right up against his gun. Of course I have to do that. And let's see. Then he has the black band around the back of his head. And then the eyes. Oops. We'll clean that up later. And then his very, very small visor. Why, I thought painting
I suppose you could just go
his
ahead
tiny
and pour
visor
that paint on anywhere. It's
is
not
a
like
good
we're trying
idea.
to get inside the lines or anything.
is anyone's guess. Detailing it is going to be a mild nightmare. But, oh no, I had to be special and pick something other than Phase 2 helmets, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Good old me making the best decisions. Alright, I think that's all the undersuit shading I need to do, yeah? Now to do it 5 more times. Thoughts on The Last Star, as in the original movie, The Last Starfighter? Are there people in this world who don't enjoy The Last Starfighter? I don't really have a strong opinion on The Last Starfighter one way or the other, except that it's, you know, an enjoyable classic. Are they redoing it or something? I used to stay current on news like this, but it's just every other day they're like, we're rebooting this, we're remastering that, we're sequelizing a movie that's 30 years old. Like, I don't have the mental energy for it anymore. They all wind up being about the same, you know? Has an announced sequel. Oh. Why would that... Well, I mean, I guess I know why. The why is money. Nostalgia is very lucrative at the moment. I guess my thoughts on it are... I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. Who the hell knows? Who can predict these things anymore? I'm simultaneously excited about another Batman movie, so maybe take my opinion with a grain of salt. I read that as Kylo Ren kills Joe Rogan, and that would be a very interesting twist on the Star Wars saga. That's good, Downslide, you should. The last thing I want to hear is somebody being like, oh, fucking Thunderman told me that this movie sucked. And that must be taken as absolute fact. I guess that's not the last thing I want to hear. The last thing I want to hear is something along the lines of, Thunderhead told me through mental fucking messages over my internet screen that I need to, you know, kill a bunch of people. Or something. That would be the last thing that I want to hear. The old Jodie Foster treatment, you know? I should just make a disclaimer. If at any point you feel that I am sending you secret mental messages to assassinate someone, I am not. That's not a thing that I'm doing. It's not a power that I'm aware I have. If I had it, I may do it if I had it, but I don't. I genuinely do not have that ability. So if you feel that it is happening, it's not. Believe me, if I could do that, I would brag about it like a lot. Episode 10, The Fall of Rogan.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Yeah, it's true, they are. They are, in fact, the law. No, it's absolutely not John Lennon. It's way too late for that. Oh no, it's a bot. That's sad. Is that like a good thing? Does that mean I've arrived? You know, when bots are coming after? I don't think it does. I don't think it means anything at all. I think it means that I exist. And that's about it. And you don't need to prove that to me. We don't have many bots in here. That hasn't really been a problem that we've had so far. Oh, I know a spot that I missed on my leader. Just remembered that. They have this funny little whatever it is on their shoulder that is also gray. It's just like a textured armored pad. It's not like bullets or anything, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. There are bullets in Star Wars. There are slug throwers. They do not use them. Got botted. Arrived at success. Oh, there was another bot? See, you guys are so good I didn't even notice the first one. No, I actually, now that I say that, I feel like I remember that happening. And it was another one of those, like, if you do the thing, you'll get all the follows. You know, I like watching my follower count go up. I do. I enjoy it. I feel like anybody would, you know? It's validating to watch the numbers go up that indicate there are people interested in watching you. Hey, Macro Raptor. Thank you so much for the follow. See, like right there, that's nice. It's a nice feeling. It's a feel-good moment. But I'm learning that raw follower counts are not as meaningful as a few other metrics, and I've got some other things that people don't have, like a really active chat for the most part, and that means something to me. That is validating as all fuck. And you know, validation's a good thing. Nobody should ever feel guilty for seeking validation. I think it's probably, like, you know, there's definitely a point at which it's unhealthy to do nothing but seek validation from people. But enjoying validation for the things that you do, there's nothing wrong with that. Me, I just shamelessly seek praise, and if I am not praised constantly, I abandon whatever I'm doing and reconfigure into doing something that will get me praised, because I am a hopeless millennial media junkie. Edgelord motherfucker. But you know, that's me. You don't have to be like Thunderhead. You can be better. You can be smarter. You can be faster. We have the technology. I can say that ever since I've started to actually participate in social media in a semi-professional manner, and I say semi-professional because it's really just, you know, to promote the stream, I've had to learn some things about self-promotion, when to do it, where to do it, how to do it politely, and not be an asshole about it, because there's some dicks out there. Oh, thank you, Samara, I appreciate that. But, I've learned, particularly in social media, for posting pictures and things like that, looking for positive attention, when you post things, seems to have vastly more to do with the response that you get than what you're posting. And that's kind of sobering. There's a realization in there like, oh, okay, alright. Those previous times when I was just getting started, when I'd post something and be like, why the fuck aren't people like, I'm not saying people have to like my shit, but like, I'm really proud of this thing, why aren't people noticing it? And then I'm realizing like, oh, I posted during an off time. And people just genuinely aren't seeing it because of the way that the algorithms work. It's a funny sort of thing. I don't know how much I give a shit about adapting to it, because I get done with things at like 3 a.m. and that's when I post them. Yeah, like time of day and what day you're posting it on. It's weird. 90s German kitty cat cartoon movie. I cannot honestly say that I've seen that. Yeah, Matthew Steiner, I don't... And that's the thing, too. Like, I'll post something thinking, maybe people like this picture. And it's like hundreds and hundreds of likes and reshares. And I'm like, holy shit. I post something I'm proud of, and it's like 10 or not even comments. 10 likes and like 2 comments. And both the comments are, good job. Not that I don't appreciate a pat on the head. But I'm generally looking for a little bit more than that, you know? Not complaining. Let me make it clear. I'm not sitting here going, I wish people would like my stuff. Why won't anyone like me? Like, I will complain about that, but that'll happen later. And I mean, I know the answer to that. My parents had to tie a stake around my neck when I was a kid to get the dog to play with me after all. I'm mostly just remarking on how funny it is that it has more to do with visibility than quality of content. Not always. There's definitely a threshold you can hit for quality content where it just gets noticed no matter what, but ooh man, does it have to be something special. And I'm just not that special. I'm just not. That's okay too. And that's why I made my own channel with blackjack and hookers and clones. But really, these days, I enjoy posting my stuff to the Discord more than anything else, and not because of the positive reactions. Because honestly, you guys don't, you don't powder my ass any more than anybody else on the channel. It's just that everybody on the channel is really positive and supportive, and that's fucking awesome. And I'd rather share with positive and supportive people than randos anyway. Or in other words, I'm gonna take my toys and go home. Right? That's the mature response. It excites me that so many creators, so many painters and artists out there want to participate in this stream.
Mix, sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
Hey.
Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
Some. And also more. I need to get some new material out of Chaotic Harmony. If he'll do it without the... He's getting pretty famous these days. He might start being like, oh, yeah, pay me, motherfucker. And I'll do it. I'll do it. Because I am a sucker, though mostly because he actually deserves to be paid for his work, and he's very talented. I don't like taking free favors from friends. If somebody's running a business, if I'm just being a friend, I'd rather support them by paying full price, you know? I'm really rambling today. I don't really have a subject. Pardon me. I told you guys, I'm exhausted. Really tired. I think it's showing. I don't think I missed anything on this guy. Got straps, got satchel. Got the bodysuit, hands, elbows, shoulders. Oh, I missed a spot. This is why we check. Had an onboard of a competition lab. Jim showed me car doing phenomenally since 250 years. Yeah, it's weird. It really is. Cloned hookers. Well, that's a good idea. Yeah. You got a point. You got a point. Already home with my toys. What can I really complain about? I'm an incredibly lucky guy. Really, really am. Not just my living situation in general, for which I am thankful every single day of my life, not having to worry about some things that a lot of people do. And I really am thankful for. I try to be thankful every single day of my life. I try to be thankful that I've got running water every day. Because, you know, the vast majority of human beings who've ever lived on the planet Earth did not. Still don't. So I try to be thankful. I really do. And honestly, I'm thankful for the Storm Chaser community. You guys are fucking awesome. You've certainly filled a void in my gaming life that I had ever since moving back to Colorado. That I'm really stoked about. I'm sorry, I don't want to wax all. Hey, tiny robots, with a follow. See, now I know you weren't following before, and I'm afraid that's just not acceptable. I appreciate that, tiny robots. By the way, if anyone isn't following Tiny Robots in a Box and they enjoy mech or miniature-related content, they really should. They really,
Look, if this
really
conversation
should.
gets more about how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I already moved on. And also start the clock. Because I got them feels, man. I feel deep. I am a wellspring of emotion and angst from which flows pure edginess.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
It's the cleaning of the brush that really brings that one together for me. Now, it's worth noting, I wasn't able to limit the use of 50 Shades to one person, or to each person being able to do it once per stream. But you are now limited to each chapter of 50 Shades once per hour. That's the best that I could do on short notice. So, you know, be aware and use them sparingly. I only do this because it's like a particularly long voice clip, and people really enjoy it, which is good.
And so I painted on some metallics.
You can do that as much as you want.
Bitches love metallics.
They do. Reminding myself not to linger or dwell on too many details on these guys. Just want to do the squad. Did not get all of their connection points cleaned up properly. I'm just going to paint right over them. It doesn't matter. Thigh straps. I really like these Airborne Troopers. You only see them briefly in Episode 3, hanging out with Commander Cody. And there aren't even that many of them, for whatever reason. The guy's wearing the beehive helmets. But I think they look cool. Any suggestions for pants? Because I'm all out of pants. What am I drinking? This is a cherry sour. It's a brown ale, but it's a cherry sour. It was put in the same room as some cherries at some point and picked up the flavor, apparently. It is from... I don't remember. It's a local Colorado craft beer, which is... I mean, you might as well just say it's a beer, because that's what we have in Colorado is local craft beer. It's a whole thing up here. You have to try to find non-craft domestics in liquor stores up here. So it's from somebody local, just like the rest of them. It's delicious. It is delicious. I really enjoy sours, I gotta say. I was unaware of their existence until fairly recently, and then I learned they're basically just, they're lambics, effectively. Which I knew what a lambic was, I'd had them. But I'd never had one that was allowed to go bad in quite this way. And, God, I love them. I really do. I might get sick of them here at some point, but it hasn't happened yet, so... I'm glad that people are figuring out, there's a lot of disagreement, open up, don't open up, blah, 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 but, one way or another, we had to figure out how to get some things moving again, whether you agree with how quickly we're doing it or not. And I'm glad that there are some local places doing it sensibly enough that I feel very comfortable going to them to get curbside service, and some good local liquor stores are very welcome. Hey, what's up, Crossbow Roof? Good to see you. Commissar Iguana, I don't think I said hi yet. It is. It is absolutely tasty and very delicious. Silvery Demise, Phalanx, what's up, man? How you doing? Well, joyous day. I don't have any time for the world. I have the luxury, and it is a luxury before I say it, I have the unbelievable luxury and privilege of a living situation where I can pretty much ignore 90% of what the world does and not be affected by most of it most of the time. And, on the subject of things we're thankful for, oh, that's a big one for me. I can just be like, y'all...
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Oh, that reminds me. Cat recorded a nice voice clip for us that I don't have set up to use. Chaos Corn. What's up, Chaos Corn? Thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope you're having fun. I know I am.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into... more shame.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I apologize, I'm a little bit more low energy than I usually am on stream, but like I said, it's been an exhausting couple of days. So much to do in the spring and summer. I may wind up having to go down to 2 streams a week here at some point, not yet, and I will certainly announce it before I do, but it may be a reality. Just until the fall settles in. I know a lot of people have a lot of indoor time right now, but it's funny because very little about my living situation has changed. And with the onset of spring and summer, it's like, oh, I gotta be outside a bunch. Plus, we're getting chickens. We're getting some chicky chickens set up, and that's gonna be more work. Hooray! But we'll get some eggs, too, so that's cool. I've actually been working on the chicken coop this last little while. Who doesn't like chickens? Chickens are awesome. They're like horrid little dinosaurs that live in your yard and poop in your garden. The almighty cat graced you with a voice. Well, it hasn't been totally squandered yet. It's sitting on my hard drive waiting to be attached to the stream. I just haven't done it yet. Lemon red vines. That's I don't know what to think about that. I don't think good things. My initial reaction is not a positive one. I'll tell you that much. I don't even like the... like, if you were to point me at lemon-flavored Twizzlers, I would be equally appalled. sure those exist. I've seen flavored Twizzlers. I just don't understand them. What the hell these things on their biceps are supposed to be? I mean, nothing is the right answer. They're not supposed to be anything. They're just something that some costume designer put on there. And probably somebody doing one of the cross-sections books later on came up with an idea and was like, that's a personal communicator patch. But they're funny little things. I like this armor, though. It's different enough from the Phase 1 clone armor that I don't feel foolish putting it next to them and calling them a different troop. I say similar enough, I meant different enough. Whatever, I can't use my words today, you guys. Just all over the place. This fucking music isn't helping. It's so just like, oh. Good God. It's almost over. Okay. Going to something a little more upbeat. Maybe? Please, Pretzel? That'd be nice of you. Well, not that upbeat. Less like I'm actively descending into a sensory deprivation tank, though, which I guess that's positive.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs.
We do.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech,
Weird.
and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Ah, shit. Should have something more interesting printing on the Ender next time. I've been doing nothing but Trinity City buildings lately for O'Coral. But that will be getting done here pretty soon, and I'm going to be printing up a Separatist AAT for Star Wars. I'm going to try to print everything for Star Wars. I bought some of the models, obviously, and they're good models, but I just, I like to print stuff. I like to print it a lot. And I realized, like, I'm not planning on playing in any tournaments. I'm not planning on doing any official games, so I don't really need most of the shit they sell in the boxes. It is on me to support the game and its creators by making purchases, but if I'm being honest, you guys, I have supported FFG to the tune of thousands of dollars. Thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. I feel fine not supporting them for one game. I supported the shit out of them for Rune Wars, and they canceled that game right out from under me, so that's what I have to say. I'm still bitter about Rune Wars. I am. I really am. I try not to be, but I love that game. I don't get into that many fantasy tabletop games.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Anywhere I want. Alright. That is half of them with their gray done. Now to do the other half. I think these guys are going to look pretty good once I get done painting them. I feel good about them. These files, by the way, for these clone troopers that I'm painting are from Darkfire Studios on Gumroad. Makes some really nice files. I'll be honest, all of his infantry poses are exactly the same. Like, all the clones that he makes are in the same, like, 6 poses. Which isn't great.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Oh, we'll get there. Like, my most honest criticism of Darkfire Designs. Yeah. My most honest criticism of Darkfire Designs is that all of his infantry poses are the same. Like, he did one set of clones, and then sort of reuse those assets for each subsequent set of clones. Which, there's nothing wrong with that. They look good. They're in good poses. But once you've done 3-4 squads of them, you start to want a little bit of diversity. Now, that complaint may or may not mean anything, because you spend $20 and you get a set of files, and then you print as many as you want for the rest of your life. And that makes it worth it to me. I don't care enough about the poses to not find value in that, you know? That was what I was looking at, is I'm going to spend this $20 and I'm never going to buy another box of clones. Sweet, sign me up. I probably still will at some point for some alternate poses and stuff, and because eventually I always come around to, I really want to support the creator, because I'm a big fucking softie. I ain't no pirate. I may be about the booty, but I ain't no pirate. I'm not even, like, I'm a big sissy when it comes to pirating movies, too. Like, I'll vocally justify like when I download things, I'll be like, yeah, but I bought this on DVD 10 years ago, so technically I already own it and I'm well within my legal rights. Like, it's nonsense. But I'll do it. And I genuinely won't download things that I haven't paid for in some way. I don't know. I like supporting artists. I really do. On the Sarge, do they? Let me see. His finger clips into the trigger guard. I guess he does. I guess he does a little bit, doesn't he? I hadn't really looked. Does he even have a trigger guard? Okay, that's a legitimate note. I hadn't noticed that on this guy before, but interesting. Yeah, I guess, because the other ones all have trigger guards. Do they? Don't they? Let me look. No, their hands are all kind of like that. Well, at least it's consistent. What is my recipe for this gray mix? This Macro Raptor is one of my favorite things, which is Reaper Gray Liner. And added to that is just a touch of Liquitex Flow Aid. It ends up working very much like a contrast in that it sort of filters the color beneath it. It has an amazing quality of flow to it. You could probably, I feel like Contrast Black is probably similar. I don't know, I don't really use the contrast paints. This is, and that's not like a, I don't use Games Workshop products. I mean, I don't, for the most part, use a lot of Citadel paint products, mostly because I don't like the pot. But, I don't use contrast paints just because I was already doing the style that contrast painting promotes with my own shit for a few years prior. And I've just got, you know, I'm stuck in my ways. I've got the things that I like to do. But I know that contrast paints are very popular, and I've seen some really good results that people get out of them. I know that Chaotic Harmony really enjoys using contrast paints now, and who can blame him? He gets some great results. And obviously I can't fault the style, because I do the same thing. But this stuff is great for these deep recesses when all you really want to do is stick a brush down in there, waggle it around a bit, and it'll flow into all the crevices. Yeah, you should definitely use the Reaper paints if you got a Macro Raptor. They are fantastic paints. I really like them. This guy doesn't have thigh straps. Shame. Shame upon you, Darkfire. How dare you, sir? That's okay. You know, the thing about details like that, if I didn't notice it in all the time I've been staring at this model until I get to actually painting it, I can't really complain that much about it, can I? Like, if it were that important, it probably would have popped out to me sooner. The fact that I haven't noticed it tells me that most people won't. There really are some rough spots on these particular prints, but like I said, I've said this a number of times. One of the reasons I like 3D printing my own figures is I get to here and I'm like, oh, there's a rough spot here, there's a rough spot. It looks kind of like shit. You know what? If I finish the paint job and it bothers me that much, I'll print another one. And I'll just paint that one. Like, it will cost me nothing but some time. And in the meantime, I'll have a pretty decent looking painted figure. How can I really complain that much? I mean, I could complain that much. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely could. If I put my mind to it, I can complain about fucking anything. I think I've proven that by now. But that wouldn't make it legitimate. Colonel Matthew Steiner with the resub 3 months. 3 months of watching this. Of watching me complain about Star Wars movies and do sloppy paint jobs on white armor and robots. Colonel Matthew Steiner, thank you so much for your support, for the subscription. You know what? I'm betting it's about the emotes. I'm betting he did it for the emotes. Holy
Do you like
shit.
sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
Chaotic.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Chaotic. What are you doing to me, man? Chaotic Harmony with the massive fucking raid. Thank you so much, Chaotic, and welcome to Chaotic Harmony's viewers. You know what? I was about to do something insane. I was about to try and mimic some of his voices, and you know, that's just a terrible idea, and I'd like to acknowledge that. There is no replacing Chaotic Harmony. Well, that's not true. There may be some replacing Chaotic Harmony, but you couldn't get, it wouldn't be like a one-for-one replacement. It would just be maybe somebody a bit more professional. Or maybe a little bit better at MechWarrior Online. Someone who didn't have to lean on the lerms so much, you know?
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Welcome to everyone who just joined us. We are not working on battle mechs today, though we do that quite a bit. Next stream is going to see some heavy gear going down more than likely for the mech fans out there, the mech jocks. I got a little bit of mech action for you. Let me see what I got for you. How about this? Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there. How was the stream? Chaotic. How did things go? Is he here yet? He's still faffing around, I bet. He's still wasting time. That Chaotic Harmony. He's just such a cut up. We're working on a little bit of Star Wars Legion today, specifically these 3D printed Airborne Clone Troopers from Star Wars Episode 3 that I have printed with the intent of using as Phase 2 clones, because in Star Wars Legion, for whatever reason, I'm a poet and didn't know it, they went ahead and made Phase 1 and Phase 2 clones completely different units, which is silly to me. So here we are, making up for it, one brush stroke at a time. That is in fact the chainsaw dick. Working on fixing your streaming settings, but you've got such good settings. But ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy Battletech and mech-related content, I would encourage you to go ahead and hit that follow button. It doesn't cost a thing. And I'd say 50 to 60% of the time on this stream, we are working on either Battletech or a property so close to it that you could be forgiven for mistaking one mech for another. That, and I've got, excuse me, I've got lots of buttons with mechs in it. Hey! That's some good stuff. Hold up, I got one more for you. I got my favorite. Are you ready for my favorite? You guys want to see my favorite? Because here it comes.
Elbow rocket! Now!
I never, ever get tired of that.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants.
Ooh.
This stream has a lot of the latter. Oh
my god. So how's everybody doing today? Having a good time watching some... Were you streaming MWO? I wasn't over there earlier. I was outside all day doing work, and then I came in and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get started soon. I did not have a chance to actually check out Chaotic Harmony's stream, and that's a travesty, really. I probably should not be forgiven for it, but it is simply the truth. Looks like the wrist snap. I should extend it. I should make the clip longer so that you can see Leatherback getting his fucking face smashed in. I love giant robots, you guys. I love giant robots. I love giant mechs. I like giant monsters. I do. But mostly in the context of getting their faces punched the fuck in by giant mechs. So I don't know if that really counts as a love of giant monsters. I say mostly. I also just enjoy monsters in pretty much any context. There's an outside. I know, right? It's crazy. Oh yeah, Godzilla. Absolutely Godzilla. And, you know, yeah, I am a monster fan. You're right. I enjoy Godzilla. I enjoy the War of the Gargantuas. I enjoy Destroy All Monsters, etc., etc. So, yeah, I guess that's fair to say. We've had the Godzilla conversation on here, so I guess I can't conceal my kaiju fanboyism forever. No matter how much I may try. Yeah, you know, that's a problem a lot of people have been having. Everybody says they want to work from home, but nobody considers the mental toll that it takes when your fun play space becomes your workspace. Suddenly you don't want to sit in front of your computer anymore because it's where you sit to work. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. Is that everything? Did I miss anything? I don't think I missed anything. Inside of the arm is too tight to worry about. Got the armor plate, got the strap, yes. Alright. 2 more guys with the gray undercoating, and then we can start moving on to some actual white armor. How about that? We're having a pretty nice chill stream today, everybody. You want to just kind of wind down from listening to Chaotic hooting and shrieking about the lerms. Is he still lerming over there? Is that still what's going on? Is he still in love with breaking the game? Have we moved on to a new way to break the game? I'm curious. Because I have no doubt that there are other methods he has in mind for just fucking people over. Under the noble auspices of giving PGI valuable data that they need to fix their matchmaking system, no doubt. No doubt. If there's one thing I know about Chaotic Harmony, it's that he's an altruist. You're a lerm. That's very clever downslide. I don't know how I could possibly contend with wit like that. This is probably unnecessary, but I'll do it anyway. Probably unnecessary. In truth, in terms of MWO, my preferred rides are the Cyclops Warcrime, which you've seen, yes. Goshawk actually created 10 minutes after the mech was added to the game. Completely unaware that I'd created a new meta. You're a bit of a trendsetter, Samir. No, not Slurm. Nor Royal Slurm. I am a fan of that Slurms Mackenzie, though. That guy seems like he really knows how to party. That is correct. Oh, Coral. We are going to have a viewer birthday coming up next week, as I understand it, and as part of that celebration, we will be doing round 2 of Operation Thunderskunk, which is going to involve another attempt at painting a Battletech Annihilator in the colors of Clan Thunderskunk, the dreaded enemies of the Inner Sphere Storm Chaser Mercenary Company. That should be a good time. Did you roll it? I'd be interested to hear what you got. Curse you, cell phone, telephone! Curse you! Iguana, are you calling from like the 1930s? No war too small, no paycheck too big. I like that. That's right down the middle of the road and covers all the bases. I do like your idea about painting those heavy gear Southern mechs, Southern gears in the red shoulders colors. You know that I am a sucker for the occasional reference, and Votoms has really got me. That show is amazingly watchable. Compelling as all hell. And damn, the scope dogs are fucking cool. Really neat. It's a cannon. Oh, that's actually a cannon unit. I didn't know that. I mean, I shouldn't be a surprise that I don't know something about heavy gear. I don't know many things about heavy gear. What I know about heavy gear, I gleaned as a very, very young man from playing Heavy Gear 1 and 2 and a bit of Terra Nova in the late 90s to early 2000s. God, that was a long time ago, you guys. It's so weird to think about. It seems so fresh still. Ooh, they're a penal regiment. Penal. PP. This is the quality content that you subscribe for. I hope you're proud of yourselves. Or, in many cases, don't subscribe for. So I'd like to go ahead and do... I haven't done it yet. I haven't done my pitch yet today. If there's anyone joining us who is new to the stream, who is in any way creative, do you paint miniatures? Do you do photography? Have you just happened to photograph something kinda cool recently? Do you do cross-stitch? Do you sculpt? I don't care what you do. Actually, I do care what you do. The whole point of what I'm saying is that I do in fact care what it is that you do. If you have, I'd love to see it. I really would. I would love it if you felt like participating in a little bit that we do towards the end of every stream, known as the Storm Report, that we'll be getting to in about 2 hours, it looks like. About 2 hours. We'll be getting into the Storm Report, and it is a channel on the Discord where you can post pictures of things that you've been working on and would like to share. And towards the end of the stream, we'll pop into that channel.
Welcome, everyone.
And we'll have a
to
look.
Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't. For the love of God. Just don't do that. We haven't had a problem with this so far. So far, we haven't clicked through the Storm Report and found anybody's junk. Don't be the first. Don't be the first, guys. In this case, it's just not cool. It's not cool. But if you would like to share some of your creativity, please pop over onto the Discord, jump into the Storm Report channel, and post a picture. You don't even have to stick around. You can post a picture and then leave the Discord like some kind of fucking artist gorilla. In fact, that would excite me. I would love to know some artist gorillas. Artist gorillas, artist gorillas. I'll take anything you got. I just love when people share their creativity because it's something that I struggle with too. I think everybody does to a degree. But if I can encourage you to get over that block in yourself, that would make me happy. I get fired up by you guys' creativity. And I absolutely love the sheer number of artists who participate every single time. It is absolutely fantastic. It is incredibly validating. And I love the bit. I love going through the pictures. I really do. It's a great time. Because of peen. That is in fact the joke. That's it. We're pretty highbrow around here. And also, if anybody is new to the stream and you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. I don't mind answering questions about miniature painting, about 3D printing, about really just anything. Anything you want. You want to ask me mathematical questions? Go ahead. I'll fucking solve your quadratics. I'll do your homework for you. Give me your homework, and I will do it for you live on... I won't do any of these things. Please don't try to make me do your homework. I have no interest in doing any of that. I don't even want to do my homework. Oh my god, visor's so tiny. I'm not going to be able to do anything with this visor. It's just going to be dark. Oh well. It's a line squad. I don't have to spend that much time on them. I'm just going to because I'm a sicko. It wouldn't... You know, Project Dark Fox makes a good sense. If you get banned in this channel, there is a 50% chance that you're going to be banned by a furry. Do you want to fucking live with that on your conscience? Because I wouldn't. Miss anything? I think that's everything for him. Yeah. Got the satchel, got the straps, got the feet. He's good. Move on to the last member of the squad, the Z6 Trooper, who I really like his pose. I wish they had a kneeling version too, but who knows? If we support Darkfire, he might make more stuff, and wouldn't that be exciting? I offer suggestions. I don't guarantee any of them will be any good, but I offer suggestions. I mean, that seems like a solid disclaimer. I'd hate to represent my opinions as factual or anything that you should act on. I would. But my opinions are the best possible opinions that a human being can have. So, you know, take that into account, too. Have I mentioned my humility yet today? Because I've got a lot of it. More than I know what to do with, frankly.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Huh. It is a very confusing sort of math, but that does seem to be how it pretty much keeps happening. I'm about to use up this paint. Why did I get 12 more in the mail? I don't remember ordering this. Why does Miniature Market still have my credit card information? Oh, shit. I work against myself. I have a real weakness for, like, 3 a.m. retail therapy shopping for miniature supplies. I really do. I try to keep it affordable, and I try to use all the paints that I get, but it does happen. Classic heavy weapons guy. Classic. It is. Going slow on this, because after I get this shading done, I'm going to have no excuse but to go to painting white. Why do I do this? Because I love it. I have done a lot of white armor in my painting career. It's not really a career. In my time painting, I've done a lot of white armor. People out there who do a better job at it than I do, but I've got a nice, comfortable relationship with it at this point. And it's something that skeeves a lot of people out, and it's tricky. Painting white is tricky. It just is. That's why I try to use so little white when I do it. There's nothing on here that is a pure white at this point. The highest highlight that it has is a medium blue-gray. So when I put down white, it should still pop pretty nicely. Ooh, that's not great. Let's fix that. So you say that line, and all I think of is Emil in RoboCop with his, You a college boy? What you reading in there, college boy? Bet you think you're pretty smart, huh? Think you can outsmart a bullet? And then he just gets, like, blitzed over a car by RoboCop. Might as well do the weapon. I appreciate that the Z6 done here by Darkfire Studios is smaller than the Z6 they did for Legion. It's actually more in scale, in my opinion, with the Z6s that they had in the Clone Wars. Because it wasn't that big of a weapon. Now, it's fairly silly to have a soldier running around with what amounts to a chain gun anyway. Like, it's silly to the point that the only place most people accept it is within the context of Predator. But, making it a little bit smaller helps. The normal one they have is so large that it looks a little bit ridiculous being lugged around by one guy. And the instrumental version of this song is ridiculous, because this song is called Red Planet. And you know what the lyrics are? Red Planet. He just says it over and over again. He just constantly. That's the only lyrics in the whole damn song. So when you remove it, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's weird. It's like holding in a sneeze. Big chain guns equal rule of cool. I'm not arguing. I mean, it's not like I'm refusing to play with the regular Z6 chain gun. And in the context of a blaster cannon, it probably makes more sense than if you had to tote around a bunch of ammo, you know? Because it goes through ammo so quickly that you're cutting out a lot of the weight you'd have to carry around by not having to carry anything but, like, you know, a blaster energy pack. You know, if I'm making up excuses for nonsense sci-fi tropes, I suppose I can. So I need to pick a color for their commas, and they look like they're kind of a reddish brown. Real deep reddish brown. So I need to pick a color for that. And then go over each of them and lay down the base tones before I start in on the white, because I want to give it a chance to dry. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. Except for all the places that I'm going to deviate, which is going to be, you know, a lot of them. I realize actually that a lot of my painting techniques would probably apply very decently for someone using contrast paints. A lot of my batch painting techniques anyway. For my individual character techniques, I don't actually have any techniques. I just make it up as I go, and nobody should emulate me. You can do a lot with contrast paints, though. I think that contrast paints, people still haven't really discovered the myriad uses they have. Not just as a base coat, but also just as a simple filter or glaze. There's a lot of stuff you can do by preparing your surface before putting down your contrast, by knowing how the contrast is going to interact with different colors, and by using those colors to create interesting pre-shading.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
So base coat. Not even thinking past the base coat. I haven't heard that one in a while. Oh, we're into the nomenclature of chain gun at this point. Blame the various first-person shooters, Roland. They've confused the nomenclature to the point where it's really meaningless. Even more so in the context of laser weapons from space, I should think. Not that I don't appreciate some good nomenclature, I do. Oh. Yeah, let's just fix that real quick. Damn, printer, what are you trying to do over there? Making these grinding sounds at me. Pretty much all these guys in episode 3 had crazy orange markings on their armor, denoting that they were a part of, like, the 201st Air Attack Battalion, I think it was called. I'm not going to do that with these guys. They're going to be white. Their soldier's going to have, or their sergeant is going to have green, because those are the original Clone Wars markings. And, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for the callbacks, you know? Is that good? Yeah, that's good. I need to pick a color for the commas. Let me look at a picture of it real quick. Painting Vallejo metal-colored gunmetal, then Black Templar, then light fingernail scratching after it, dries and gets a realistic chip and wear. It's funny, because I do something very, very similar, Macro Raptor, using this gray, where I'll do a zenithal highlight over the whole thing, and then I'll wash it, it's, you know, a glaze, effectively, with the Reaper Gray liner. And then I will dry brush it with gunmetal, and then come back in over that and give that a black wash, and then do chipping by hand with a silver color. And I do that for all Star Wars weapons, because pretty much every weapon in Star Wars is just like black metal with no designs on it to speak of. It's fairly effective, or at least it has been so far. What art project, Dark Fox? What are you procrastinating on? I love a good procrastination. I am a master of procrastination. Oh, I made some modifications to Captain Ron Mostly, I realized when I painted him that I did his blaster pistol holsters in, like, black leather, and I went back and looked at Captain Fordo from the Clone Wars and realized that everybody had white holsters for their pistols, everybody who used them. So I felt a little foolish, and I came back and fixed those. Waffles, the Wonder Fish, reminding me to drink some fucking water. And you're absolutely right. Raven Cat, what's up, man? How you doing? I'm doing quite well. Thank you. That was, yeah, I thought so, Macro Raptor. We painted this guy last time we did Star Wars. He is another sculpt from the same creator. This is from Darkfire Studios. It printed very, very well. And yeah, I think the white holsters actually make a surprisingly big difference. Like, more than I would have expected. I'm probably going to wind up painting another one of these captains at some point. But for the moment, I'm pretty happy with how old Captain Ron came out. Particularly the white and the shading on it. Pew, 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 pew. I mean, like, guns in Star Wars are so silly. It is patently absurd that there are captains in the Clone Wars who specialize in using a pair of pistols. That's just nonsense. They would use rifles. But again, we're talking about a war between clones and robots in a galaxy far, far away where half the generals are space wizards with laser swords. So, you know, whatever. It's all good. Good to see you, Waffles. How are things? Finished up the details on Ornstein. Slapped some paint down on some old City Tech Orions. Raven Cat, if you feel like participating in the Storm Report tonight, I would love to see what you're working on. Thank you, Waffles, for the reminder. I forget to drink. Well, I don't forget to drink. I forget to drink water. Which, you know, isn't the most helpful thing. Space in Star Wars is weird, too. Yeah, it seems to have some type of atmosphere because you can hear absolutely everything. So let me see. Looking at the comma, it's sort of a dark reddish brown. What have I got that would work well for that? I think I'll have to mix something. And I think I will start here with Reaper Rust Brown, because that's got the reddish tone I want. And I want to dull that down a bit. Maybe if I mix it with like a yellow brown. Let me see. I'm going to consult my color wheel for a moment and figure out what the hell I'm doing here. That could work. Red, orange, shaded. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Jesus, printer. You're gonna shake yourself loose. I think I'm going to try that. I'm going to try taking Rust Brown, and I'm just going to straight up shade it with some black and see where that takes me. In fact, I think I'm just going to mix it right into my gray liner and see what color comes out the other end, because why the hell not? Flesh tone. And something maybe a little bit more aggressive. Rock and roll, don't know unless you try. Yeah, you know, I just like to mix things. I just like to mix random shit and see what happens. Maybe a touch. Just a touch of this saddle brown. SP Firestarter, you are never late. The stream doesn't actually begin until you show up, man. That's not even remotely true. But welcome. I know, you're kind of right in the middle of things, man. That is actually pretty close. to what I was thinking. It's dark, but if I use it as a filter, it's got the tone that I want. So I think if I thin it a little bit, we'll get exactly what we're looking for. But now that we're here, we can end it. Yep, stream over. Guys, it's been fun. I will see you never. No. I still have painting to do, Waffles. It's not quite exactly the color, but I think I can work with this. I'm gonna try it out. We'll just see what happens. It's still a bit thick for my tastes. I'm gonna add in just a touch of cinnamon red because it is also very brown. Picked up a new set of clippers and an X-Acto knife. It's good. It's always good to have a new set of that because old ones will slash you to ribbons. Oh, yeah. Okay, that cinnamon red is making all the difference here. Wow.
Warning. Fingertips covered in super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're really not. It's not precisely the color, but it's real close, I feel like. And used as a filter, I think it'll work just fine. Need my medium. And that's why Samare no longer has webbing between his fingers. What a story, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, let's try putting some of this down and see what it actually looks like before I go crazy. Very brown. It lost most of the red. Maybe if I go on real thin. It's got some red. It's got some of the red in it. I think I can work with this. That's pretty close, really. Looking at the picture, that's pretty close. I don't want to lay it on that thick, though. This is going to be a challenge, getting it right where I want it each brush stroke. Come on. Don't be like that. We had this conversation already. You apparently need more thinning. Resulted in a bit of a joke that I'd been bushwhacked. Oh, Lord.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Oof.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
The joke is that he was being punished for not thinning his paints enough, and he thinks that, if he turns it around on me as part of a witty little 50 Shades joke, that he won't be punished next time, and that's just not true. Catacarmony, your punishments will continue. This will work out nicely, I think. I might come in with slightly more red in the highlights, but I'm liking this as my base tone. I don't particularly understand the comma. I've never worn one. Maybe they're super comfortable. I don't know. I frankly need a larger brush for this. I'm going to go up to a size 1, I think. Practical Zaku. What am I 3D printing? Practical Zaku, that would be a structure for use in Battletech, specifically. That would be Trinity City University, which is a part of the file set that I created for Steel Warrior Studios. If you go to my Instagram, Facebook, or any of my picture posting sites, you can actually find some fully realized examples of Trinity City. There's garlic in my coffee. Life is bad. I struggle to disagree with you. Yeah, that Steel Warrior guy's a real fucking douchebag. Have you seen his stream? He just... oh my god. He's so bad at painting and so bad at games. It's embarrassing, honestly. Like, I go and I watch and I'm kind of like, yeah, man, you're doing good. But it's out of pity every single time. What's up, Flavolicious? Good to see you, man. He's got a decent sense of humor, though. Why can't I get this to be as thin as I want it? Okay, keep thinning it, and it just, the consistency stays the same, and I feel like I'm going to hit a threshold where it's like, nope, now we're too thin. Just to fuck with me. I only say that because that's, you know, the story of my life. As if inanimate objects are conspiring against me. That doesn't sound paranoid or anything, right? That sounds totally normal. By the way, I don't know if we got a shout-out done for Flavolicious, but, Dark Fox or Cat, if you're around, if you wouldn't mind popping one for my boy Flavolicious, the Steel Warrior himself, and one of the guys who got me started streaming. He does some pretty good painting over there these days. I'm glad we got him encouraged to actually do some painting on stream. It's fun to watch. Those two. Now for this guy. I'm going to thin this just a little bit more, because it's just not quite where I want it to be, and it's frustrating me. Again, I know I'm going to hit a threshold where I've just done too much. If I would pay attention. That's my problem, Cat. I don't pay any attention. Don't ADD shame me. Battletech Alpha Strike Commander's Edition finally appeared. It's a good book. Alpha Strike's a fun game mode. I enjoy it. Oh god, I just added more cinnamon red and I think I might have ruined everything. It's just taking over. Let's mix some more and hope that I didn't do something stupid.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
It's true. She'll do it. That's pretty red. I didn't really necessarily want it that red. I want it browner than that. So now I'm gonna go into the experimental phase where I ruin everything a second time and waste a whole bunch of paint in the process. Yeah, Alpha Strike's a good game mode. I don't play it much. I tend to favor single lance engagements across a classic BattleTech rule system. But that's personal preference. And so much in BattleTech is personal preference. Like, everything about the game is essentially personal preference. Well, I thought I fucked it up, but I may have actually improved the color significantly. I guess I'll put some down and we'll find out. Yeah, that is actually a slightly better color. Hooray for success through random experimentation! This is why when people ask me, and it happens from time to time, every now and then someone will be like, "Whoa, what colors did you use to get that? What was your process?" And my answer tends to be, "I don't fucking know." I put down one color, and then I was like, no, that's not right. So then I put in some more colors, and I was like, that's not right either. And then I added a third color, intending to give up, and that fixed it, and it was amazing. So, yep, that's me. How did I achieve this? Random fucking luck. Alright, now to switch out to the other three, get their commas done, and then we can start working on some white armor. Hooray for trial and error. There we go. What is the purpose of the comma, other than to make it, like, easier to sit down without having to wear ass plate armor? Are they comfortable? Are they armored in some way? Are they just fashionable? I mean, they do look neat. Who doesn't enjoy wearing a skirt every now and then? I mean, really, let's just be honest. Gotta let those clone legs breathe, baby. Protect the back of the legs from shrapnel. I'd buy that. Quote, protection of the legs in the most general possible sense. To try to help keep dirt from getting at the ass crack of the armor? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'd buy that. Cha-cha-cha. How's everybody doing tonight? Have I asked what projects you guys are working on tonight? I probably haven't. I've probably just been like, put it on the storm report, and then I just stopped asking. But, anybody working on anything crazy tonight? Anything interesting? Huh? Let me know. I might even see it. Chat has been moving fast these days. Much faster than I generally expected it to. between that and trying to spend more time painting and less time just jabber-jawing, like I do, I missed some things. XCOM 2 art in the pipeline. That's exciting. I fucking love XCOM, and I love XCOM 2. I really do. Just became the traditional garment and recognized symbol of the Mandalorian. Good old Mandalorian butt fashion. Colonel Matthew Steiner painting a non-mech. That's interesting. What you painting? Cheveo, what's up, man? Good to see you. What brand of paint do you use? Looks like you get great coverage. I do get great coverage, actually. And most of what I'm using right now is Reaper Master Series. I highly recommend it for the coverage. It's some of the best formulated paint I've ever used. It has a certain amount of flow aid actually just built into it. And it doesn't require a whole lot of thinning to go down really nicely. I quite like my Reaper paints. I'm not even sponsored by them, unlike half the fucking people on Twitch. They don't give me shit. I just like their stuff. I'm never going to get a sponsorship deal, you guys. Nobody's ever going to sponsor this. This craziness. Besides, I wouldn't be able to help but talk shit about somebody who did. I'd be like, oh yeah, our fucking sponsor is a bunch of corporate weasels. And sponsorship over. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to expanding this stream to more than just painting content. I don't think I'm going to do gaming. We've done gaming on here a couple of times, and I don't know, I don't get the same rush out of it, like, at all. I'm a gamer, you know, I have gamed. I've gamed for most of my damn life. But I'm a big-time single-player gamer, and I'm a slow gamer, and I play, like, management games and shit, and it just doesn't make for good content. And when I play games that are action-packed and involved, I get so focused on actually trying to do well at them because I'm a try-hard fucking schlub that I disengage from chat. So I don't see that happening. But I'm thinking about some other kinds of content that you can do. Some people run their Twitch channels just like television shows. They do, like, interviews and shit, and I don't know. Gaming-related content. I know that we want to branch out into having some actual games get played on the stream, and that is something that I am still working on. I've been revamping my game room over the last week or so and kind of coming up with plans for the PC that's going to go out there. So that's going to happen. That'll be the first expansion. And, you know, looking for other ideas, though. Other things to expand into. Other things that people might want to watch related to tabletop gaming, miniature painting, 3D printing. Because there's a lot of it out there. There's a whole community, and there's lots of people that do it. I don't know. I'm mostly just rambling, but, looking for ideas, you know? Looking for inspiration. Schlub. Wait, who's a schlub? What the hell? Painting an Infinity model called Colonel Van Sant. Thank you to White Wolf for the product identification. Oh. Yeah, Flavolicious could sponsor me, but it might be a bit of a conflict of interest. I mean, it really just seems like an alignment of interests more than anything else. Thunderhead Kitchens. Yeah, we could do some cooking. The problem is I can't cook for shit. Ugh. Back is giving me trouble today. Alright. So, we've done that. We've done that. We've done the other thing. Let's do some white on the actual armor, shall we? That's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm dreading, anyway. I don't really dread it. I've done it enough at this point to feel pretty comfortable with it. I always want to equal the best paint job that I've done, and that's not realistic for these guys, because they are just troopers. clones, sir. We were made to be expendable. That has lost some of the thinning that I gave it before I started, which I guess makes sense. Crossover stream with Sasha Grey. Yeah, that's a great. In fact, you know what? I'll hit her up on our nightly FaceTime, and I'll be like, Sasha, I've been thinking maybe we should do a multi-stream. I don't know. You know, for once, let someone else be the one who shows their butthole on camera. That was tasteless. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone who had to hear that. And also to Sasha Grey. She's a lovely girl who does delightful cooking streams. What about a Let's Learn 3D modeling thing? Oh, Coral, thank you very much for the hydration reminder. Let's learn 3D modeling. That could be fun, because I genuinely need to do that. Microraptor with the Plo Koon quote. The quote. And also Roland. That's a great quote, isn't it? Absolutely great quote. With that quote, Plo Koon just became a fan favorite. And they started to really sell the clones as characters, which was pretty important to a show called, you know, The Clone Wars, I guess. Ahem, touch the butt. I can't touch the butt. Their butts are covered with commas. I'd love to do some multi-streams. We need to work on the format of it. I've seen a number of multi-streams that I don't like. All the multi-streams I've ever been in have been two different people streaming on two different channels, and they're chatting to one another, and you can just hear both of them, and I have to say, I hate it. I don't get anything out of it. It's weird. It takes the audience interaction out of the stream, because the streamer is very much focused on just speaking to the other person. And I don't know exactly how you would fix that. I've had some ideas, but, you know, nothing that's come to fruition yet. Scariest droids in the series were the Salvager B1s. I feel like the scariest droids in the damn series were every droid in Republic Commando. They were terrifying. They even managed to make the B1s pretty scary in that. But yes, the salvagers from like some of the first episodes that were just going soullessly from one pod to the next, spacing clones, they were pretty terrible. That is accurate to say. Just the feeling of helplessness you got in those scenes. Not gonna let myself linger too long on any one body part on any of these clones, because I gotta do 6 of them. So I gotta just keep moving. Oop. I didn't undershade his foot. Did it on the other foot, didn't do it on this foot, and I mixed up my gray. Stupid. Stupid, stupid. Let me get some more gray out. Yeah, 50% of the Clone Wars is D. Bradley Baker talking to himself. It really is. He's most of the characters. You could watch me mop the floor with Thunderhead and Mega Mech. Yeah, it's true. If we were to play Mega Mech, I would, in fact, let Flavolicious win so that he could feel better about himself. That is a true statement. Republic Commando did droids better than any other Star Wars media. Change my mind. Puck Duncher, I will not try to change your mind, because that is just a goddamn true statement. There's nothing about that that is not true. They did most things better in Republic Commando than anywhere else in the Star Wars saga, including mostly pretending that the Jedi don't exist. And it's nice to see that somebody's realizing that Delta Squad was super badass, because like I said, I started watching the new episodes of Clone Wars, and I met the Bad Batch, and I was like, oh yeah, Delta Squad. They're like, no, we're the Bad Batch, we're the 99s, we're the mutants, and I'm like, yeah, you're Delta Squad, shut the fuck up, obviously you're Delta Squad. Goliath 2C? I hadn't heard. We don't talk about that game, Flavolicious. I was distracted. You think you can catch me without an excuse? You underestimate my ability to excuse my own incompetence. And you underestimate it at your own peril. Oh, no, Samir, I watch a lot of... I'm just going to say it. I watch a lot of cartoons. I do. And after a while, you start to learn the names, and you realize how small a community the voice acting community, not to repeat myself, really is. A good example in Clone Wars is, what's his name, Corey Burton? Who did the voice of Zero the Hutt, and Cad Bane, and everybody else. Everybody else. And then you look him up, like, oh, what other voices has he done? And the answer is all of them. Holy crap. Honestly, look up Corey Burton. Because you're going to find just villains and characters that you have loved for years and didn't realize they were all the same person. Every single one of them. Corey Burton fucking works. Like, that man gets paid. Clearly. Kind of getting into the swing of the part of the trick to getting. As I'm about to say this, I realize it sounds stupid, but I'm just going to finish the sentence because I started it. You get faster at painting clones once you've done a number of them. Jesus, that's obvious. I just mean, you know, after you've painted a certain model type and a certain number of times, you learn all the details. You know what they're supposed to look like, and you can just kind of process through them pretty quick, like. It's so obvious. I might as well say things like, guys, if you want to get better at something, you should practice doing it. Yeah, no shit. This is the quality content that you come here for. So you're good at making clones of your clones? Well, my clones are very impressive. I must be very proud. Wow, why don't I have that on a button? Like, I've got stupid things on buttons, like I can do this. But that's about it. I don't have anything cool like your clones are very impressive, you must be very proud. Yeah, Sentient Pickle, we're always on Star Wars or something. You know, there will come a point in the near future where I'm going to be like, guys, don't talk about Star Wars anymore, I'm sick of it. Like, that's gonna happen, you might as well be prepared for it. This is how I consume media, though. I consume all of it, all at once. I become obsessed with it in every single aspect of my life. I talk about it to everyone who will listen until they're begging me to shut up. And then I do it all over again for something else. been doing it since I was like 13. It is entirely possible that I should still be on Ritalin.
Everyone has had too much of now. From megacities like Central to the vast and desolate outlands.
What the
Nobody
fuck?
wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want. And Rememory offers us exactly that. Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
I don't know who this is. What is this? Black Star, original score by Seldwa. Oh, okay. It's more Scandroid nerdery. I got it. Lego Metal Gear Rex and Metal Gear Thropolis. I think I stopped playing Metal Gear before that became a thing. I remember Rex. Everybody remembers Rex. I remember Rex and I remember Ray, and that's when I stopped playing Metal Gear. That's pretty cool, though, Zaku. You gonna post up some Lego work for us? Huh? Gonna pop over to the Storm Report and put some Legos in there? I fucking love Legos. They're awesome. That's another really obvious thing. I might as well be like, guys, I like candy. Do you like candy? Does anyone else like candy? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. You know what I like? Things that are good. But really, do you guys like candy? I'm curious. Wait, no, we've been here. Never mind. This is a bad subject. This is a bad subject. This is going to go down a dark road. Let's not do this. I didn't say anything about candy. That was my stripper name, and you swore... Well, I didn't! You just gave it away, DLG! Fuck! Made me break my promise. I'm never slipping a single into that G-string ever again. You like apples? How about them apples? How you doing, DLG? Can we get a shout-out for... fuck. I should stop saying it, because Cat does it as I say it. Cat, you're too good. You're too good of a mod. You're making me look like a dumbass. And let me tell you, I don't need any help with that. I do that to myself quite enough, thank you very much.
From megacities like Central to the vast and desolate outlands.
How you doing, DLG? How are things, man?
How it used to feel is what the people want.
I popped over into MCB last night, checking out the stream, looking to hang with my bro and the Burger Fam. And what was I subjected to? More Day Late Gamer. He was in there. He was playing fucking Call of Duty, and he was chatting and talking shit. I'm like, I can't, like, I don't get enough of this. I don't get enough of DLG. I gotta have DLG in my MCB. I gotta have the DLG burger. Is that how it is? No, it was cool watching you guys play last night, man. I'm so fucking bad at those games. Like, just appallingly terrible. That watching you guys play is the only way that I learn exactly how bad I am. I'm like, oh, you're supposed to talk to your teammate. That makes so much sense when I watch them do it. I see them doing, like, call-outs. They're like, there's a guy on the roof. He's got an AT-12. He's got a machine gun. Double tap him. Get up there, go around the window. And I'm just like, where the fuck are we? What's happened? Can I drive a Jeep? Really excited. Just got a ton of assets for VFX and video editing. So hold on to your butts, because I'm about to make JJ cry like a bitch once he sees my stuff. The trick is going to be getting your stuff in front of JJ. Oh, the print finished. So I've got to leave it for a minute so it can separate from the build plate, but I can do this. So that you can see it at the very least. Alright, working my way up that sculpted clone bod. Doing some of them clone abs. Look at that. Ooh, your abs are very impressive. Must be very proud. That's exciting, DLG. Fucking exciting. I can't wait to see what you do. Dude, you already have one of the best... Like, I've watched a lot of streams since I started streaming myself. I mean, you know how that goes. And, dude, you have some of the best produced content that I see on a regular basis. There are people out there with, like, thousands of viewers who, yes, their stuff is more and better produced than yours, but they're also making a shitload of money. Like, it would be embarrassing if their stuff wasn't that produced. You have a production value that is on par with much more experienced streamers, in my opinion. And it's just a fucking matter of time before people are like DLG life. And that's already where I'm at. You got me waking up earlier in the morning to check out your stream. Do you know how fucking hard it is to get me to wake up earlier in the morning for literally anything? You know what it takes to get me out of bed? I mean, apparently you do, because it's working. He's tied up in my basement right now, repenting for the last Star Wars. Yes! Scourge him! Scourge his flesh! Where's the parking garage? Vergaderung, it is right... It's right up there. You can't see it. But it's up there. I haven't painted it yet. You know, maybe that's something we should do. Next few streams. Maybe I should paint some Hex Tech terrain. I haven't for a while. We did that as one of our first streams. Beyond excited. You don't even know. You should see the fucking DLG nip cam right now. It's just, oof. Lose your eyes looking into that. Out of curiosity, what filament are you printing with? Datron Voltari, I am using Inland brand PLA. I use Inland because it is available in person at Micro Center and remarkably cheap. It also prints very well. You have to print it at 215, which is higher than what I usually do. You want to see some terrain? You know what? I'm going to go ahead and schedule a terrain painting stream. We haven't done one for a while. And I've already printed... Well, I've got a couple of pieces of Star Wars terrain I need to paint, but I've already painted most of the stuff that I have. For those of you who didn't see in the Discord earlier when I painted up my Tarkin town, along with what I thought was a really funny joke and a reference to Chinatown. But apparently nobody's fucking a fan of Jack Nicholson. Know how hard I am when I wake up? Oh god, I have to start reading things before I just read them out loud. Oh, you were talking about something else. Yes, yeah, something very different. I had some good luck with the Amazon brand stuff early on, but I think they changed suppliers or something, because I got some recently and it was not the same. And I see what you mean about it, Hethrir. I think if you play with your temperature, like, what you should really do is, anytime you get a new filament, is you should print a temperature tester. Where it prints a couple different pieces at different temps so that you can sort of compare and be like, okay, this temp is the one that I want to use. But that's a pain in the ass, and I say you should always do it. I don't always do it. In fact, I rarely, if ever, do it. Sir, prize Mar the Far Car. Oh, I see. I see. I said it wrong. But now I see it. Thank you so much for the follow. Surprise, motherfucker!
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Surprise, motherfucker. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having fun. I know I am. Thank you so much for the follow. For anyone who might be new to the stream.
To Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do it. And this is brought up, I think specifically because I was about to go ahead and plug a little bit we like to do here on the stream that people seem to have a lot of fun with, called The Storm Report, which, for those of you who are new, is really just an art sharing bit. I'm really all about creativity and inspiration around here, and I have to be because I don't have any talent of my own. So if you are a creative of any kind, if you are a mini painter, if you're a photographer, if you're a sculptor, whatever it is, anything you do that is creative, that you put a little bit of yourself into, I would absolutely love it if you felt like sharing with us. And it's really easy to do. All you gotta do is you pop over onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord, you jump into the channel called The Storm Report, and you post some pictures. I ask that people limit them to no more than 3 because it's a very popular bit. And towards the end of the stream, we jump into that channel, and right here on the stream, we take a look at your work. It has been very popular to the point where I had to limit the number of pictures because it took me like an hour to get through one the other night, and that was a bit much. We've also got other channels where you can share your work in a more permanent fashion, like and showcase or even work in progress. But please, if you're at all interested, I would love if you would share with us. I know sharing your work can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. It can be validating. And I think that if you would just share a little bit, you'd be surprised at how much people like what you do. Oopsies, I missed a spot. Just stick with Hatchbox. Yeah, Hatchbox it's one of those where it's like, you know, it's a little bit more expensive, but it always works, and it always prints real nice. And that is hard to argue with. Paul Freeman, who played Belloc, the Nazi... Oh yeah, I remember Belloc. That is not true, Roland. I know that's not true because Ivan Ooze was Wayne Pigram. And Wayne Pigram also played Scorpius in Farscape, and he was Grand Moff Tarkin in the brief shot that he had in Star Wars Episode 3. I guarantee you that was Wayne Pigram. Like, this is a strange subject. A strange subject to come up because this is a detail that I'm very, very confident in. And I'm not trying to be like, no, Roland, you're wrong. But I'm pretty sure you're wrong. I mean, you proved me wrong. That's fine, you know, I'll live. But I'm very confident in this particular detail, and I would encourage you to look again. I would also note that IMDb has some accuracy issues, and it is not updated or curated anywhere near as often as it was in the early 2000s. I'm gonna have to look again. You sound so confident, Roland. You got me doubting myself. But I'm pretty sure Ivan Ooze was Wayne Pigram. But I will check because I could be wrong. It always helps to double check. Dude, Farscape does get overlooked. And Farscape was an amazing show. Absolutely incredible show. I don't think we've really brought up Farscape much on this channel, but, I mean, considering all the other sci-fi shows we've talked about, we really should. Because, guys, if you like any of the sci-fi shows we've talked about on here and you haven't watched Farscape, you really need to. That is some classic sci-fi right there. I mean, okay, it's not... I like to draw a distinction in the sense that, like, Star Wars isn't really sci-fi. It is, in that it's, you know, set in space and it has lasers and there's spaceships and whatnot. But it's mostly a fantasy story. Like, Star Wars in particular it's a fantasy story. It's about wizards and swords and shit. It just is, you know? And, Farscape is kind of similar in that sense. What's up, Ben? How you doing? I hope people don't hate how I intentionally butcher their names sometimes, but, you know, I desperately need content because I'm not very entertaining, so I seize it where I can get it. Ben, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Star Wars is space opera. Yeah, it is. It's, you know, I guess space opera is accurate. You can't really argue with something that has been agreed upon for decades at this point. Also, the priest and Hot Fuzz. That's interesting. Did we really? Was that 400? No. That's 399. Nobody follow. Nobody follow me. You hear that? I'm turning off follows. I don't want any more followers. Followership is full. Oh shit, it's 400. There are 400 lights. Oh, now I gotta decide what we're doing for 400. It's gonna have to be next time. I'm glad it's a Sunday stream. That gives me a few days to contemplate my doom. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do something fun. I don't know what yet. We might just do something real simple. Might do like a file giveaway for some of the Trinity City stuff. You know, that's easy. But I know that we have a lot of followers now who aren't necessarily 3D printers. And at first that wasn't true. At first, almost everybody here was in some way involved in 3D printing. So that was easy. I'll come up with something. Oh shit, Cat with 500 bits. You should have done 400 bits, Cat. That would have been more topical. Cat, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support, Cat. You don't need to send me biddies. You sit here and you make this stream possible every fucking time. But thank you so much. Taco truck paint up for 400. We could do a taco truck. Was it 400? No, it's 500. There are 400 bits. We're just going full on into the Cardassian interrogation meme at this point. That's a great episode, you guys. When Picard gets captured by Cardassians and fucking interrogated for an extended period of time. Not even interrogated. They don't ask him anything. They're just trying to break him. So they keep demanding that he say there's an inaccurate number of lights. Like, if you just lie for us, then the pain will stop. But Picard ain't having any of that shit. I didn't do this hand panel at all, so I've just got to completely shade it myself. What will I do without my automatic shading? Without zenithal highlights, I am nothing. I am barely even a man. They can paint up the entire civilian vehicle pack. Ooh, Dazzle Camo Taco Truck. Yeah, it was the Kanye episode, Daylight Gamer. Captain Picard was like, okay, I legitimately don't know enough Kanye songs to make that joke. I realized it as I started to say it. Keeping Up with the Cardassians. I would watch that show. That's not really saying anything, though. I would and do watch a lot of very stupid things. Squad's gonna take me longer than one stream, but given the original purpose of this stream was just to get me working for 4 hours at a time, This progress is better than the progress I made in the last few days, let me tell you. There's a hair stuck to him, and I've got to get it off. Did not notice it until I got around to painting his back. There we go. Come on, you don't need to be there. I have a bad habit of priming hairs to my models, and it's really just because I've got cats. And man, you try keeping cat hair out of your workspace. It's bullshit! What if Q was Kanye the whole time? He was. Didn't you see that episode? He revealed that. I think it was in Discovery. Vergaderon got his webcam in today. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit 400 followers, and Vergaderon got his camera, which means this stream is effectively over. Everyone migrate over to Vergaderon and watch him. No, this is going to mark the beginning of the Paint Wars, in which Flavalicious and Steiner Miniatures and Vergaderon and myself ruthlessly sabotage one another in an attempt to win meaningless internet points and individual penny donations. It will be the saddest, strangest thing you have seen on television this year, and believe me, I'm aware what year it is and how many sad and strange things we've already experienced. I say television? I didn't mean to. In a way, though, it will be televised. You know, it's not entirely inaccurate. Vergaderon's OnlyFans soon? God, I hope so. How many of us have picked a... Hey, man, Rufasal, good to see you, man. How many of us have picked a model with a great paint scheme only to totally regret it halfway into the first month? Oh, far too many. That's alarmingly too common. Taking the doggos out. Pieces look great. I feel like a proud mom. Oh, DLG's my mommy. Goo. Thank you, DLG. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, this paint job on his calf is pretty rough. I keep coming back to it. I need to just leave it alone. I gotta move past it. I want to work more on it, but you know what? I'll do it later if I'm gonna do it at all. Gotta remember I'm painting a whole squad here, not just one guy. Didn't go perfectly, but hey, it'll work. Sounds like that print's actually separating over there. Oh, USB-C only camera. Oh, USB-C. USB-C is a fantastic format as long as you know to expect it. And if you don't, well, go buy a cable. Now, this guy's going to get colored striping, and I always feel a little silly doing the white beforehand, because I'm just going to kind of paint over it, but I guess it's good practice anyway. I'm just going to have to do the same thing across the whole squad. I might as well get used to it. And if I thin my coloring properly, it will actually give me some nice pre-shading. if I thin my coloring properly, which there's no guarantee I will do. I'm an incredibly lazy painter, I feel like. If there's a shortcut, I am all about it. But I feel like painting smarter and not harder is the path to getting more done. At least it has been for me. See, Downslide, you probably have yeah, I like the two-finger point, too. You probably have a better view of this than I do. Because it takes me a while to realize what it is I've actually done when I'm painting minis like that. I guess it helps to hold it up next to somebody who has no shading done on them whatsoever periodically. And yeah, that is a fairly good improvement. Now this is going to be the first time I paint one of these airborne helmets, so this will be interesting. I haven't painted these at all. I know some people aren't as big of fans of these big, bulky beehive airborne helmets, but I actually quite like them. I think it's funny because everybody seems to love the Phase 2 Clone Trooper helmet, and I don't know, it never did anything for me. And I'm a helmet fan. I really like armored helmets in general on troopers and characters and whatnot. Yeah, I do my striping before I do my weathering. I definitely do my striping before I do my weathering. But in this case, I'm using the white almost as a pre-shade for the striping later. Doing it just under the eyes is going to be... I don't think I'm going to be able to do any kind of an effect on the visor. I feel like the visor glass on this airborne helmet is so narrow that I'm really best off just leaving it alone and highlighting around it. I don't know what the hell I could do with that. And this is after I painted the damn lensing effect on a Battletech Thunderbolt, for shit's sake. And I look at this and I go, no. A little bit on the backside here. And I know we're disappointed. We can't paint his butt. We can't touch the clone butt on these guys. Blame the airborne commas. Not my fault. It's actually fairly decent as far as the white on the helmet goes. It's tricky to do much more than that because it's already so light. Let me get some more white and see what I can do. There we go. So I try not to do a whole lot of edge highlighting on these guys just because I feel like a little bit goes a long way with white. As a result, my white ends up very thinned down because I'm mostly doing broad white effects. And then when I get to the helmet and I need to do narrow lines, it bites me in the ass a little bit. Oopsies. I'll have to fix that. That's okay. That's easy enough. Alright, I'm gonna let this guy sit for a little bit and then come back in and do some... Oh, let me fix the white on his helmet, because that's definitely not right. That actually works pretty well. Let's come back in and do some touch-ups later, but we can start moving on to the rest of the squad. Steiner Miniatures, good to see you, man. How are things? Yeah, it's a low-key sort of stream. We're usually a bit more active than this, but like I was saying, it's been a long day. Okay, yeah, the helmet does look better. I didn't realize quite how dark it started. Still want to clean it up a little bit, I think. But we're on the right track. I think the white highlights came out pretty decent on him. I have to figure out what I'm going to do for the comma highlights, but it won't need many. You streaming tonight, Steiner? Alright, I gotta stop fooling with it. Quit touching it, you'll go blind! Good to hear it. Missed you last time. Alright, on to a basic mook. Remembering that I'm trying not to spend that much time on each one, even as I do that anyway. Actually, appreciate that the comma covers a decent amount of the thigh plate and the butt plate. It just saves me some highlighting time, I realize. leave that thigh as is. It doesn't seem to need much more. It is. Three pictures is tricky to stick to. Even counting to 3 tires me out. My white has gradually transitioned into being a little too watered down, which is somewhat the peril of the wet palettes. So let me add a little bit more pigment. It's a new requirement, Ravencat, and it's mostly because, like, it's the sort of problem you want to have.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Huh. It's the sort of problem you want to have, because it means people are participating enough. But we had one the other night that went almost an hour. And I'd like... Not that I don't enjoy looking at your stuff for an hour. I spend much longer than that looking at it, but, you know... It's only a 4-hour stream, you guys. Yeah, the white was getting too watered down, and you can tell because it's starting to leave tide marks. And we do not want tide marks. Not the best leg. Not the best leg I've ever done. Moving on, it's just a mook. Don't need it to be perfect. I've got plenty of other clones I need to paint up to a higher standard without worrying about this airborne jackass. Kursala, I question your math. Let's make it per household, just to satisfy Kursala. I find that the calves of Clone Troopers are by far the most difficult to paint for me. I should really just look at some reference images and decide on a better pattern for it, but I don't. A Space Viking. Chasing the storm with the follow. Thank you so much, A Space Viking. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But, see, that begs a question, because the existence of a Space Viking would seem to imply the existence of more Space Vikings. Where are they? What happened to the Space Viking people? We need to get Giorgio Tsoukalos on this. I feel certain he would have an answer for us.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
alight with disappointment. A Space Viking seems to think that they come in troves. That's an interesting unit of measurement. We should see if we can get a whole trove of Space Vikings in here. Well, welcome to the channel, Space Viking. I'm glad you've been having a good time. We try to have fun around here. This is one of the more restrained and relaxed streams that I've actually had in a while. We can get pretty raucous. Pretty raucous about our miniatures around here. It's been kind of low-key today, which I'm thankful for, honestly. Oh my god, I'm so tired, you guys. And I realize that's not, like, the most entertaining thing you want to hear from a streamer. Guys, I'm tired. Can we just calm down? God, I just want to take a nap. But, you know, I'm here, and I'm painting, and that's the point. That's the goal, right? That's the minimum I want to hit every time. I'm here, and I'm painting. We got that. Nope. Not doing it, man, bro. Not even playing that game. Chilling in the Valhalla Nebula, no doubt. Naps are, in fact, life. I learned to respect the nap during my time in the service, more than any other time in my life. I came to understand how vital the nap was. And most specifically, that you should always nap if you have the opportunity. Because those opportunities can be fleeting. I don't know. First it was too thin, now it's not thin enough. My white is being uncooperative, but that's okay. We will live. Worst case scenario, I can throw down a wash, and that'll make up for it. So for anybody who might be new to the stream, here in really just a little bit, like 20 to 30 minutes, we're going to be popping over into a bit that we do on the stream called the Storm Report. We're kind of settling on that name. Like, I wasn't really happy with it when we picked it, but every time we do it, we become kind of more committed to it.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Please, just... We're trying to maintain a certain standard around here, and that standard is so far genital-free, minus the occasional exception, if you will. But for those of you who might possibly be new to the stream, and the rest of you who are certainly tired of hearing about it by now, we have a little bit called the Storm Report that we like to do. Which should in no way involve your genitalia. But it should involve your creativity. If you are a creative of any kind, if you paint miniatures, if it's the first miniature you painted, it doesn't matter. If you do cross-stitch, if you do photography, if you... anything. You name it, I'm interested in it. I love to see people's creativity. If you'd like to partake in a bit where we are going to take a look at some of the creativity of our viewers, you can pop right on over into the Discord, jump into the Storm Report channel, and post some pictures. And we are going to go over in about 20 to 30 minutes and take a look at what's in that channel and have a grand old time talking about who's doing what, who's having fun, who's painting who. And, you know, generally thrive on one another's creativity is pretty much what we do. It's been a very popular bit, and if you're new to the stream in particular, I would love if you felt like participating. It really fires me up. Go. A little bit up here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Can't really get to his chest, so I'm not going to worry so much about it. Taking off, Cat. Thank you so much for sticking around. Chat, if you haven't already said goodnight to Cat Ion, please do so. She is our mod extraordinaire. She makes everything I do possible. That may make you love her, that may make you hate her. But one way or another, she's important. Kat, thank you so much for being here. I will see you later. Kursala, I'm glad to hear that, man. I really am. I've said this before on here, but truly, there is nothing I can take from this stream as great. Nothing that makes me feel as good as hearing that I have in some way inspired you to work on your own creative projects, to try something you haven't tried before, to finish a project maybe that's just been lingering, to pick up an old hobby, to start a new one. I don't want to say that's why I do it, because it's not why I started this stream. Why I started this stream is for entirely selfish reasons. I started this stream to motivate myself to do those things. But if that motivates you, I mean, that just gives me the warm fuzzies just all over. It hits me right in the jellies, you guys. I feel like you could probably scale down those Orions just a teeny little bit if you felt like it. They are very large. But the Orion's a big mech. I'm gonna get this guy fucking done before we go anywhere. I'm not gonna get a second guy done. I'm gonna work on one. Or third guy, rather. But this guy, I'm gonna get at least the white highlights done. Visor might take some cleanup. That's okay. That is a little sloppy. Even for me. And I embrace sloppy most of the time. I'm a sloppy Joe kind of guy, you know? Not a regular Joe. Not an average Joe. Not even a neat and tidy Joe. Hell, get that neat and tidy Joe the fuck out of here, you know? I can't remember the last time I had a Sloppy Joe. It's just like a chili meat sandwich, pretty much. Mmm, Klondike bars. I do dig a good Klondike bar. Oh yeah, scale creep. Yeah, scale has always been tricky in BattleTech, and every time they try to fix it, they wind up going out of scale with all the previous releases. And then coming face to face with the fact that their hexes are only, you know, 1.25 inches. And that really limits how large they can possibly be. I'm gonna have to clean up that left cheek. Mars to pants. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Why isn't the bot? Oh, the bot is. It's just a little bit behind. Okay. Mars to pants. I am glad to hear that you are having fun. I just messed up my own tagline. Ha ha ha, that's right. Here at Thunderhead Studio, we invent things and then fuck them up ourselves. We don't have to wait for you to do it. How you doing, Mars to pants?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's remarkably accurate, particularly right in this very moment. Because I invented that tagline. It's not even a good one. I just, you know, I repeat it over and over again as if that's gonna, you know, make the yawning blankness inside any less terrifying. I mean...
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Some, that's accurate. That's fair to say. These are not the best white highlights I've done even this week. In fact, they're kind of lame. And I'm going to have to address how thin my white paint is here pretty soon. It was perfect for just a little while, and now it's going back and forth between too thin and too thick. It's too goddamn thick. Come on, man. Work with me here. Why is there not a Gundam game? There is, actually. There is at least one Gundam game in, I think it's a different scale, but similar. I don't know the name of it, so it's not really a helpful thing for me to declare, but I've seen it. I know it exists. I've seen little Zakus and little Power GMs and everything. Could be by WizKids. I'm not sure. I don't know the name of the game, so again, it's not like I declare it and I immediately am like, maybe I should keep my mouth shut because I can't give any better information. Yeah, I'm gonna need to clean that up just a wee tad little bit. Here you go, Airborne Clone Trooper. This side of his helmet needs work. I'll come back to him and touch him up, but the majority of the highlights are done on him. That's something. I do like these beehive helmets. I know they're huge. I know they're crazy huge. I just like them. Bought the Legion core game. Any good painting guides you'd recommend? Manro Fasal, there is a fantastic painting guide that I'd recommend. You should look up Sarastro. He has a number of YouTube videos specifically on Legion. He is a fantastic painter. If you pull up Sarastro's tutorials and you just do exactly what he does, fucking step by step, you will become a better painter. You will learn. He does a truly fantastic job on his tutorials. He explains what he's doing. He goes over the steps that sometimes a lot of other people skip. And he paints for the new painter. You know, he paints for... Or rather, he instructs in a way that people who are fresh to the hobby really pick up on very well. Absolutely, Manro. Yeah, Ravencat, I didn't get my start painting miniatures of... I didn't get my start painting miniatures from Sarastro, but I'll tell you that when I found Sarastro and I started using his tutorials for Imperial Assault, I improved a lot. He's really, really good. And he's not just a really good painter, he's a really good instructor, and he's good at instructing you how to paint at a very achievable level. Because there's lots of people out there who might be like, oh, check out this advanced technique you can do. He's not really about that. He's about, here are simple and effective methods that you can use to get good-looking miniatures on the tabletop. And he leaves you room to improve. He's always like, and if you felt like doing some extra, you could do a little bit here or there. But you don't have to. You know, this works too. He's very easy to expand from. I always direct people to Sarastro, particularly if you're doing Star Wars minis, because like I said, if you just do what he does, just follow along and do exactly what he's doing, you will become a better painter over time. The Gundam game? That makes sense, well, with being named Practical Zaku and all. What is the name of the Gundam game, Practical Zaku? Kursala, we call that inspiration. That's the word we like to use. Hobby cheating. Yeah, I could buy that. I think I've seen some of his videos. I don't really watch a lot of instructive videos online. I'm largely a very trial and error kind of painter, which I think is why it takes me so long to move past techniques a lot of the time. But I like the trial and error. I like kind of making it up. But, you know, trial and error only works if you've got a solid base to kind of move from. You know, if you've got some basics to fall back on. And if you're lacking that, then yeah, grabbing some instructive videos is a great way to move forward. Establish that base, and then start experimenting with it. Oh, that's kind of perfect, isn't it, Ravencat? Damn it. I'm gonna get you out of there without causing too much damage. There we go. Just a little piece of resin attached where it shouldn't have been. A lot of times I'll leave them, but that one was particularly egregious. Damn it, now I want pizza. Oh, man. I'm so suggestible. Like, nobody ever tried to hypnotize me, because it'll just work. I'll just be like, yes, master. I will bark like a dog as I give you my bank account number. Joke's on you. My bank account fucking sucks. Would you like to take my debt? You're welcome to it. Y'all gotta start talking about food now. Of all the times. I will give you monsters the damn food porn channel if it will stop me from having to endure all the food during stream time. That is a little piece of debris that I need to get off of his leg before I continue. Alright, there we go. Pork chops in the oven. Oh, baked pork chops. Fuck yeah. Local place makes a jalapeno popper pizza. Ah. Yeah, I know they'll just put it in both places, because the point is to torture me. Apparently that is the sort of community that I have that I've built. Good for me. I really over-highlighted that thigh. I don't know why I felt it was necessary to do it on both sides. I just did. Let's not think too much about it, shall we? And a little bit on the bottom of your foot too, because for whatever reason, clones have white soles on their boots. Don't ask me why. The Kaminoans were just like, hey, you know what color I like? White. All the other Kaminoans in the room are like, ooh, I hope he says white. I hope he says white. Oh, I hope he says white. They torture because they love? Maybe? I'd buy that. They had to because of Stormtrooper. I mean, I get that in Brigada Rum. I just mean, you know, as far as in-universe logic goes, outside of the requirement for them to be white because they'd eventually be Stormtroopers. And they didn't even necessarily stick by that. They made the clones quite colorful by the end. And then I guess they go back to being just white. But I think the current canon is that none of the clones actually wound up as Stormtroopers. The clones got drafted into the Purge Trooper Corps. And they used their Order 66 blind, aggressive hatred of Jedi to hunt down Jedi. And the Stormtroopers were conscripted or recruited from the new reserves of the neutral... Oh, wow, I slipped. I didn't do anything too bad. That's good. Camino, more like Cami, yes. I'd buy that for
I
$1.
suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
That's fair.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Manro Fasal, I think that as of the latest canon game, Fallen Order, because here's the thing: the the Purge Troopers from Fallen Order, they wear this armor specifically. They wear clone armor with the Airborne Paratrooper helmet. And I believe the current canon is that after Order 66 goes off... Yes, O'Coral, it is. It actually separated from the plate. I'm going to go get it in a second. After Order 66 goes off... Did I get the update? I haven't. No, I haven't even checked. I'll go look. I loved Fallen Order. I thought it was really, really a lot of fun. But yeah, he took the remaining clones that were all with their brains full of Order 66 and jazzing to kill Jedi, and he drafted them into the Purge Trooper Corps, and he handed them over to the Imperial Inquisition as their troops, and then he recruited for the new Stormtrooper Corps. That is my understanding. My understanding could be wrong. New Game Plus and fix some bugs. I'll have to check it out. Fallen Order was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the format. It was nice for me to play a Dark Souls style game that wasn't Dark Souls, because I'm fucking suck at Dark Souls, and that game kicked my ass all over the place. It was definitely a more forgiving take on the genre, which I appreciated because I am bad at games. I love video games. I'm bad at them. I have been since I was a child. I've never gotten any better. Yeah, Fallen Order was a lot of fun. I particularly appreciated them introducing a Night Sister character that wasn't just a giant bitch and a constant villain. Not to spoil anything, there is a Night Sister character in the game who is not exclusively nonsensically evil, and I thought that was a nice change of pace. I mean, I guess I get it. Living on Dathomir would probably make you pretty irritated about everything. If I had to live on Dathomir, I feel like I'd be irritated about essentially everything. Hell, I live on Earth in relative luxury, and I'm irritated by essentially everything. So yes, I definitely would be. Sometimes, when I can't quite get a line to go the way I want, I'll just feather the edge and call it a day. Feathered edges are pretty easy to do, and they can conceal some problems in paint consistency. Well, I got his legs pretty much done. That's something, right? Well, you know, I got 3/4 of his legs. Pretty well done. Oh man, BattleTech VR things would be great. Have you seen what's it called? Vox Machina? Or Vox Machina, depending on how you want to pronounce it. It's for VR platforms. It's on Steam VR. And a few other things, and it is a largely... Hang on a second, I want to see this. From Macro Raptor. Canon comic series Fill in the Gaps for Vader also had several stationed on a small asteroid guarding Jedi relics, and Vader killed a bunch, and the Jedi he captures tells him who Vader really is. That makes sense. Yeah, they're just kind of like crazed Jedi killers at that point. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of players. It's not like super popular or anything. It can be tricky to find a game, but the game itself is a lot of fun. It's all physics based, and it's a mech shooter, and like you use your VR controls in the cockpit to do stuff like to use comms. You have to reach up and grab like a CB style radio and pull it down and talk into it and then release it. To use your jump jets, you have to grab this directional thing and kind of pull it up. It's incredibly interactive. You can like lean forward and kind of look out of the cockpit of your mech and see your legs moving down beneath you. The way that damage hits you is such that if you want to melee, like there's no punch button, but if you turn an armored side of your torso towards the enemy as you use your jump jets, you can just hammer into them with all of your armor. And the way armor in internals is built is such that you have your internal frame, and then there are actual armor plates over it, and as each plate specifically takes damage, it comes off, and then you can shoot through that hole. Like, it's really granular. I haven't played it in a while. It's a really fun game, though. I enjoy the hell out of it. Yeah, it helps for me to hold these guys up sometimes next to one another just to remind myself what the highlights do, because you can kind of lose yourself in the highlighting a little bit. I think they'll look nice when I get them done. Not sure how well it would work with the joystick setup then. Okay, Ravencat, it is also set up to allow for HOTAS. If you have a hands-on throttle and stick setup, you don't have to use the full VR controls. You can set the controls up to your buttons. You're gonna kick the shit out of the people who are using the full VR controls, but a lot of people do that, and I know because I use the full VR controls and I get my shit ruined constantly.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I'm still a little amazed at the profanity that we're allowed to get away with. It's not that bad. Alright, I don't need to wash that brush. I do need to wash these brushes. We are coming up on 3.5 hours, ladies and gentlemechs. And that brings us to a little bit that we don't have a transition for yet. But we will! But we will! Called... My mouse is sticking to the base. Called... That's not the name of it. That is not the name of it. We're not going with that. We're not renaming anything. The Storm Report. Let's take a look at what people have been posting while we've been painting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so fucking cool. Pushing my glasses up my nose. Let's take a look at what we've got. Starting off. Some bits from Wolfenspawn. Job done. Helicopters to the left. That's right, we saw you laying out the templates for this last time. Hey man, that's painting. Technically that's more painting than I've done. And it's in white, which is tricky. Okay, fair enough. It's not profanity. It's innuendo. Hey, nanotanks, I didn't see you there. How are things? Thanks for hanging out. The Empire stuff all looks the coolest. It is hard to argue that the Empire did not have a really fucking fantastic aesthetic. But I think that was the point. But did he Zenithal highlight? Yeah, there we go. It's not profanity, but it is profane. Did he do one? Is there another one in here? Oh god, that'll be interesting to see. Oh my gosh. Alright. But did you Zenithal highlight Wolfenspawn? I don't think you did. And I feel like maybe you should go back and do it again. They're nice and straight. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. There's straighter lines than I get. Maybe I should mask more. Vergatarung. God, you just have to... You gotta go and you gotta just undermine all my efforts with my camo attempts. Vergatarung, this looks fucking fantastic. I love the lensing on that laser over the shoulder. I love what you've done with the cockpit. That is tricky. That is tricky, man. Holy crap. I've painted this King Crab, and those cockpit glass pieces are tiny. But I can see them, and I can tell that they're meant to be lensed, and man, that's something. Really, the lensing on the laser looks particularly fantastic. You did a really good job with that. Clan Buster variant. Yep, the big boomer. Crossbow roof with a little teeny tiny German tank looking at me. This little guy. It's just itty bitty. Dazaking. It's dazzling, if you will. Awesome accidental lensing. Vergatarung, you ruined it. You didn't have to say that it was accidental. We all would have been like, wow, look at that amazing thing that you did totally on purpose. I choose to believe that you did do it on purpose, whether you say you did or not. So, you know, that's what I had to say. I should stop spitting on my microphone. I feel like it's disrespectful. I should try dueling lasers like, you should, Ravencat. It's a good look. Thought it was a pick of a paint pot. I mean, it is, technically. But also, there's this little itty-bitty tank out there. Little itty-bitty one. I'll be interested to see how that gets painted, Crossbow Roof. An experiment to play several micro-armor scale historical games. Wanted to see if I could scale down a 1/100 Jag the Pan... I should know how to pronounce that. Jagdpanzer? I don't know. The 1-285 seems to have worked okay. Tread damage was from removing the supports. This thing is really fiddly. Yeah, I believe that. Anytime you get to barrels that size, dude. So I just printed... Yeah, it is German. I just printed a... some Stap Riders for Legion, and man, printing B1 battle droids, they're so fucking spindly. Like, I gotta put them together, and I'm still worried I'm gonna break them. It's ridiculous. It's gonna be crazy. We'll see how that goes. Whew, excuse me. Let me drink some water. It's been a long day, you guys. Delicious, delicious water. Believe it or not, I've seen people paint camo on these with an airbrush. I'm not accusing you of lying, but I choose not to believe it. I've seen some of the fine work people do with an airbrush, and it just makes me feel like an asshole swinging a hammer through a china shop when I'm airbrushing things. It's ridiculous what people have really been able to do. So yeah, we got a good tutorial on how to do that right there. Moving down to our next pictures. Vergatarung, all done with the Dazzle camo. They look even better together, man. That's so cool. How many are you planning on doing like this, Verg? There should be a drink beer command, except you cannot command me to drink beer. I drink beer, not because you say so. They really are. It's insane how cool they look. Might not stop. I would encourage you to keep going. I would love to see a relatively large force done in this camo pattern, man. And the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. I mean, there's already an improvement from the Ost to the King. Now, admittedly, the King Crab is particularly... he's a great subject for camo patterns like this because he has basically a table on top of his fucking head. There could be a beer version of the Stay Hydrated bot. I might have to see what happens there, Mars to Pan. I can't see what that alert was because I've got this up over it. Oh, it's Kevin Kitsune with the follow. Kevin Kitsune, thank you so much. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Report. If you haven't seen this before, we are taking a look at some of the images that our own viewers have shared with us. It's a fun sort of shared creativity bit. Yeah, they really do look awesome. The lensing on the late... Oh, here you say it's accidental. I don't care if it's accidental. If you did this on accident, fucking make that mistake more often. Learn how to fuck that up perfectly. Keep going with it, man. It really does. It's fantastic. Like, okay, like, I think my General Veers that I painted, like, 2 years ago for Star Wars was probably some of the best lensing I've ever done, and that was also accidental. So, I feel your pain. I really do. Still no food channel, so here we go. Kersali, you're a madman. Salsa chicken with potatoes over rice. Oh, shit. You know what I got? I got some peanut curry waiting for me out in the fridge with some of that crunchy, spicy Asian chili oil shit. You guys, you can't get me today. You can't get me today because I've got a meal waiting. Cyber Knight, painting tyrant heads. Look at this. Look at this machine. Different tyrant heads. We got the one with the mohawk. We got one without the mohawk. We got some with weapons attached to the side. It's a good looking head. It really is. Which means I now have my own D5 tyrant. Look at him. He's not even flipping me off. I don't know if I believe that this is Cyber Knight, because this tyrant is not directly insulting me or my mother. Carbs are the best. I have to agree. I was there for the whole Atkins diet thing, and I'm not on board. I'm not. Regarding Matt Plog's camo and sometimes obscuring detail, I always make sure to grab just the line art version. Oh boy, Matt Plog line art. You're right, it does. It does obscure some detail because this shows a lot more. I mean, that's not a criticism. His art is fucking amazing. Like, really good. This looks fucking fantastic. I've got one of these. I've got it over here. Oh my god, I've got to paint some of your stuff. I'm sorry, Cyber Knight. There's so many things to paint. So damn many things. I don't want anyone to feel slighted by me not painting their stuff. I still gotta paint Kursala's Orion. You know what that means? You know what that means, you guys? You've just gotta keep watching this damn stream for like years. And I'll eventually get to some things. Genuine pleasure to work with Matt Plog on this project. He's an awesome guy. I'm glad to hear that. There's nothing more annoying than when there's an artist who does work that you really like, and you're like, wow, man, you're amazing. Would you like to work together? And he's like, sure. And then he turns out to just be a dick. Just an unlikable asshole. It happens, though. Artists are not always likable folk. I was about to say we don't have to be, but that would be putting myself on the level of Matt Plog, which is fucking ridiculous. Look at this. I didn't say it, Roland. You did. Look at this. I've got one of these. I'm looking at it right now. It's over in my drawer right here, and I'm looking at this art, and I'm just like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the urge. I want to paint that. I gotta figure out something for 400 followers. We surpassed 400 followers today. Look at us. We're at 403. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. What am I supposed to... I can't even hold all these followers. That was bad. I shouldn't attempt to meme like that. I'm too old to meme. God, don't I know that? Really fucking fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. Kind of want a larger, chonkier version of the Cobra. Which one's the Cobra? I can't remember which one the Cobra is. I'm just impressed with the straight lines. Yeah, I can't do straight lines either. Decided to join the dinner parade. This is just going to be a thing from now on. Like, I can't stop it. Honey garlic chicken with broccoli and fried potatoes with cheese. God damn. Oh, that does look delicious. Oof. I'm a sucker for broccoli, guys. I know that this sounds weird. Like, nobody's like, guys, I'm really enthusiastic about broccoli. I genuinely am. I like broccoli quite a lot. Project Dark Fox, my art project for today. This is where I had last left off. Posted before the beginning of the stream. Will be attempting to have this one finished tonight or shortly after midnight. Eastern... What's the D in EDT? I just realized I don't know what Eastern... Is that Eastern time? I thought Eastern time... I'm just revealing my ignorance all over the place. Guys, how do I tie my shoes? I hate to admit this, but I wear Velcro shoes, and I would really like it if some of you fine people would teach me things like how to tie my shoes, what the months are, the days of the week. You know, important stuff like that. Eastern Daylight Time, thank you. I hit that D, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Eastern Daylight Time. I gotcha. Didn't get very far. To bother adding a follow-up. Why is he so confused? Why is the toucan confused by the Advent troops? What's going on here? It's like they're yelling at him, and he's like, huh? What am I supposed to be doing, guys? He hit that D. That D made him stumble. He stumbled on the D. Literally just playing XCOM 2 Long War. God, I love Long War. I love Long War. It really is fantastic work. I'm confused by what the fuck is going on, but I feel like that might be the point. Kursala test print time for the Mad Cat Mark III. Look at that. Look at that. Man, you work so fast. I love the ball joints. Oh, there's a lot of ball... Oh, okay. This is going to be neat to see come together for the multi-poses, man. I like this. Miffed kitty. Just an irritated cat. The Irritated Cat Mark III. Those are Advent Troopers. I kind of want a larger, chunkier version of the Cobra. The aesthetic of the Cobra is definitely something I want to revisit sometime in the future. I mean, chunkier is... I like chunky in the for miniatures in particular. There are a lot of things that wouldn't look good at full scale that look fantastic in miniature form just because of the scale difference. Thunderhead likes balls. I mean, you know, what are you going to do? You want me to deny it? You know? I don't think I can at this point. I've already said it. I've already committed to it. I've said so many stupid things on this stream. I've admitted to... Or I've been like, I like Pacific Rim too, and that makes me want to throw up in my mouth, but I said it. You know, there it is. Lancaster preview not able to be seen anywhere else. Oh shit, guys, this is a Thunderhead exclusive. Advanced Mech Warrior pilot suit developed for the Dreadnought Battle Corps. The DEPSC. It's better when you say it out, the Dreadnought Armored Pilot Survival Kit, because DEPSC doesn't really have much of a ring to it. In this case, in the case of this illustration, demonstrating the protection mechanisms for ejecting, including a Myanmar-based HANS, or head and neck support, device and protective plating that closes up to brace the pilot's neck and protect the pilot's head during ejection. Oh, I see what you mean. It comes up and it locks into the helmet so that you don't break your fucking neck. It's actually pretty clever. Huh. I can dig it. And yeah, you got the Myanmar bundles underneath. Good old Myanmar. It's such a nonsense technology that allows so many things. Stormcrow in Arctic World, Tiger Strike Camp. Damn! Who is this? JB11? JB11, which one are you? Yeah, no one dies like Goose. Poor Goose. Yes, this is Scandroid's cover of the Force theme. And this is one of the things that made me start listening to Scandroid. I can't see the alert. I'm glad this is going to pop up. Nanotanks, that's you! Vorith with the follow. Vorith, thank you so much. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I see a bunch of medieval troops in the background here, too. Nanotanks. I'd love to get a closer look at some of those.
Mechs, sexy streamers,
Hey.
and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things,
Huh?
and more.
Right on the screen. You're looking at it. We've got sexy battle mechs right here. Look at that. That's a fucking great Tiger Stripe camo, man. I struggle with camo so much. Oh, we're gonna get to see some more. I'm excited about that. All right. We'll scroll down. Oh, it's right there. It's right there. God, I should pay attention. Some little 15mm scale medieval spearmen and crossbowmen. Off topic, my ass. This is absolutely on topic. Also, great job, dude. So when you're painting things at this scale, you really have to push the contrast, because if you don't push contrast, you simply won't be able to see any of the details, and these look great. I'm also glad to see I'm not the only person who glues tiny infantry to popsicle sticks. Oh, Coral, you're taking off. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for being here, man. We're going to be getting your mech taken care of Thursday of next week on your birthday, as I understand it. Chat, thanks so much for sending Coral off with so many warm thoughts. I appreciate you being here, Coral. You take it easy, man. Hope you had fun. But like I said, wow, that was a terrible series of sounds that just came out of my mouth. The fuck is wrong with me? I'm saying, I'm glad that I'm not the only person who glues the tiny infantry to the popsicle sticks. That's what I'm... 250 of them! You are a fucking madman, Nanotanks. I hope to see the rest of them as they come together. Continuing my adventures in micro armor, a quad of Churchills and a quad of Shermans. 3 of the 4 turrets failed when I broke the last one. Aww. At least they're separate parts. Printing barrels that small is hard, man. It really is. You might consider just printing the turrets and making the barrels of the cannons out of, like, styrene rod, maybe? That you can clip and trim down? It's easier and more reliable than trying to print things that small, in my experience. One more thing I try to do with the top MWO builds that I make and enjoy the most, make them legitimately compatible with tabletop. Happily, a number of them have been given the opportunity to shine in Lancaster. Archer. Tempest Fury. That is a chunky fucking Archer. Look at this. Look at this ridiculous bullshit. I really like the MWO Archer design. I like that they bulked up the shoulders to make his arms a little less spindly. I've always liked the design of the Archer's legs. Most of what they did was in the shoulders, and I really think it was a good move. Archer's just such a classic design from Robotech. That's a fantastic piece of art. Goshawk. Anyavakuk. Oh, it's Gaelic. That's why I can't fucking pronounce it, because it requires me to, like, hawk up some phlegm in order to say it properly. Isn't that Chaotix Mech? It might as well be. Damn. I love the dynamism that Plog brings to all of his artwork. Like, you can feel the motion in it. And it's battle damaged and scratched, but not too much. I love this guy's work. Don't tell him that I praise him as much as I do on here. I feel like it would be embarrassing if I ever actually talked to him. To be like, oh, you're that guy that won't shut the fuck up about how cool I am. And I'll be like, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I love the shell casing kicking out. Ba-king! Coming right out. That's badass as hell. Rifleman Gravy. Well, that is an interesting name for a rifleman. He's got some racks on there. Look at those big bad boys. Rifleman has style. Really does. He's added some details from the MWO one that actually improve it. Gravy, right there. And the Mad Cat, Demoness. Ooh, scary. Oh, and it's got a little Demoness art here on the side. That's cute. Really, for such a usually static-looking mech, we even got some good motion out of this one. It looks like it's reaching forward or reaching around with one arm to fire. Give him the old MLAS reach around, I think is what they call that. It could be UACs. Mean motherfucker in tabletop. I'd love to see the stat sheet. I'm not implying just because it's a mech named after with a feminine name that it automatically gives reach arounds. That was unintentional. But it is. It's the MLAS reach around. What do you want me to do? You know? Those are racks on the rifleman. Yeah, I thought so. Which hatchetmen got more love in the games, Marstapants? I tend to agree with you. I wish melee mechs got more love in the games in general. They pretty much got written out of Mech Warrior early on, and they've just kind of never brought them back. But, you know, it's tricky. So many things about battle mechs got nerfed in the Mech Warrior games because actually simulating the kind of motion that they describe is almost impossible. When you're using keyboard, when you don't have a neuro helmet to actually do it. But my favorite part of the lore of Battletech is big mechs with giant fists just punching the bejesus out of each other. That's why I like the Charger. Nobody else likes that's like an edgy thing to say. Nobody else likes the Charger. I worship the old gods. You've probably never heard of them. I like the Charger. A lot of people don't like the Charger. That's fair to say, I think. I'll stop before I get carried away any further. You can feel free to get somewhat carried away, Samare. The content you bring is fantastic. I'm going to show favoritism, so we do try to limit it to 3. But I've never complained about anything. I mean, I don't really tend to complain when anybody posts in here. Except when it's Roland posting tasty-looking sherbets. Is that what that is? It looks like some... I mean, with all the fruit in there, I should hope so. And a delicious little hazelnut cookie to go along with it. You madman. You with your desserts. You use some crazy colors when you make stuff, man. Wait, is this just a picture of something that you found? I hope it isn't. You're just fucking with me at that point. Hey, Brorl, what's up, man? I can't, that's the only way I can think of to say that name. It's kind of like a Gollum sort of thing. Playing with 3D printed terrain pieces, Hethrir, who fairly recently got an Ender 3 Pro X, I want to say, and has been printing off terrain to play with. This is one of those sets that I love the look of, but I hate the practicalities of printing it. You have already engaged in far more effort than I would have, and it looks good. That gate looks fucking fantastic. I love the pods back there. You've even printed out the turrets. Are you going to be using this to play... I see you have it on a Hordes map, so I'm going to guess that you're going to be using this to play... what's it called? Arx Mechanicus Privateerus Warcaster, that's the one. Thank you. I was lost. It's really good looking, man. And a little quick paint job really shines it up nice, huh? Roland, what is this, like a fucking turbo tostado? What's going on? Roland, you're just fucking with me at this point, man. I'm not even gonna dwell on those peas. There's peas in there. I don't even care. I still want to eat it. Look at all the cheese. It's just cheese and peas. And bakey bees. I don't think there's anything like that in there. I just wanted to rhyme. Napes. Tiny robots in a box working on an osprey. Damn, that's pretty nice. I want to see you cannibalize some parts off of... I see the catapult in there. Maybe some parts from the... What's the one? I can't think of the name of it now. It's not Challenger. It's not Charger. It's something like that, though. Champion. Maybe some parts from the Champion? Is that what I'm saying? Spaghetti pie. You're a psychopath, Roland. Who makes a spaghetti pie? Cauldron-born center torso. No Champion parts. Shows what I know. Shows what I know. I was just thinking about those big crazy pods they have on either side of the Champion for some reason. Marauder 2 dorsal. Interesting. Really great looking work, man. I look forward to seeing one printed up. Roland. Damn, bro. Okay. So, Roland. You put some effort into this photograph. This is one of the best photos I've seen from you. This is, I would like to note, this is a demonstration of... Oh. Whose are these? I was about to... Okay. Well, I mean, regardless, I'm going to continue with what I was saying because it's absolutely still true. They still look fantastic, Roland, and thank you for sharing them. I would just like to note, this is an example of how a fairly simple paint job can look better just based on the photography effort that you put into it. Taking pictures of models is easily as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place. And I don't mean this to be like, Roland, you take bad pictures. No, I love the pictures that you post, Roland. But if you look at how simple this is, take a piece of paper and then fold it up to give yourself a backdrop and direct some strong light on it. And I mean, holy shit, they pop like crazy, man. I mean, I love the green and yellow, and I've thoroughly enjoyed watching Roland's whole force come together. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for sharing these. Oh, yeah, here's another good look at him. Look at all that lensing. This guy's a madman. I love the what is this? It's it's a rating system for, like, explosive, caustic, and noxious chemicals, I want to say. Or is it a symbol that just looks a lot like that and I'm being an idiot? It's just a symbol that looks a lot like it and I'm being an idiot. Okay, well, I mean, you know, that was going to happen anyway. U.S. Army Armored Division insignia. Oh, God, see, fucking, what do I even... Like I paid any goddamn attention to the fucking tankers in my little Arabic translation cubicle. Guys, I noticed that you paint this funny symbol on your tanks. It reminds me of the symbol that they use for caustic and explosive chemicals. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, language guy, get in your fucking hole. This is an actual experience that I probably had at some point. Well, it's striking. I dig it. Let's move on before I reveal how ignorant I am about something else. Roland, thank you so much for sharing these with us, man. Tiny robots in a box. Ooh. I mean, we got the classic Bushwhacker over here. I like the caution striping asymmetrically on the Battlemaster. I'm not a huge fan of the MWO Battlemaster. I feel like you lose a lot of the profile in the MWO Battlemaster, but this is a fine paint job on it. Look at that box of missiles. Jesus Christ. Really nice stuff. Napes. I love the sort of metallic black that you've done to go along with the red. Red and black is just the classic color combination. Miscellaneous boys. Yeah, I was going to say, it's a very familiar coloration on the Bushwhacker. Oh, and then we got some green boys. Some of the green boys. Is that a... What is that on the right? It looks like an unholy amalgamation of a longbow and an archer, and I'm not familiar with it. It's just a longbow? Okay. I was gonna say, because it definitely has... It's not a standard longbow, I'll tell you that much. That's looking good, though, man. For any curious about the some people that can outsmart me quote, yeah, that's, this is the Heavy. From, Now, it wasn't him, the voice actor that did the Heavy, that died recently. I believe it was the voice actor who did the, Soldier who died recently? Or was it Heavy? I can't remember now. One of the voice actors who did these original bits for TF2 recently passed. The Soldier. Yeah, I thought so. And, that sucks, because he did some of the best. The absolute best bits. So, I'll just, you know, give me an F in chat, folks. Pay your respects. Rest in peace and Godspeed. TF2 Soldier guy. Seriously though, some of the best damn videos. that's just classic. Roland with some crazy... Oh shit. This is more from what's his face? From Sergey? That's really nice. Wow. Huh. If you described this camo pattern to me and told me you were gonna do it, I would probably insult you. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's gonna look like baby poop. This looks really nice. It looks like he did some of the camo splotches with wet blending? Your friend Simon. Your friend Simon knows how to paint. Rick May, thank you very much, Datron Filtari, for pulling that up. Yes. That's... Huh. That looks really good, Roland. Tell your friend Simon he did a fucking fantastic job. I'd love it if you felt like sharing some more of his work with us at some point. I like the red windows. I like the little detailing that we've got down near him. Those look really good. Raven Cat with an Orion. Oh, look at this chunky little Orion. Look at him. These old sculpts. Oh, they really do have a nostalgic value to them, don't they? I love the old Orions. Like, I recognize that they look like stickmen, but that's part of the appeal of them. Nice straight lines. Good weathering. Very nice stuff, Raven Cat. I like the single stripe going along the left side. Who is this that I'm looking at? Really good shading on the bandages. I like that sort of deep violet purple that you've got going on. The Ninja, that's what they're called, right? Damn ninjas! God damn them ninjas! We're only halfway through the report. Jesus Christ! Okay, I've got to hurry up. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Raven Cat. Oh my God, it's tiny. I didn't realize it was that small. That makes it all the more impressive that you got this good shading on the bandages. Oh, what are we doing, Roland? What do we got here? What are the similarities between kids and tattoos? They're both permanent. Both can be removed with lasers. Oh, he murdered children with a laser sword. That's the joke. Ninja? More like Nanja. It's terrible it passes for a ninja these days. Roland, I'm glad that someone else in this fucking world gets that joke. Because I say that all the time and people just stare at me like an idiot. I mean, they might be staring at me like an idiot for other reasons. But, it's generally after I make that joke. And not enough people appreciate John Goodman with his fucking wrestling ring just beating the shit out of a bunch of ninjas. That movie is strangely watchable. I even like Matt Fox in that movie, and Matt Fox basically doesn't have a personality that I know of. Colonel Matthew Steiner, ooh, we got something a little interesting coming across here. Really nice flesh tones, man. Look at that musculature. Woof. Damn. Good work on the face. It looks like we're still at a... It looks a little bit work in progress on a couple of areas down near the weapons and like on the shoes and the basing. Because I know your basing tends to be top-notch, man. But damn, those flesh tones, that musculature, and that shearling collar all look really good right now. Nice work. Thank you, Colonel Matthew Steiner, for sharing. Oh yeah, there we go. I really need to read things before I say shit, guys. Hour and a half in, first non-mech in a long time. You're doing a great job, Matt Steiner. This is why I should stop trying to copy what Duncan does. I think that looks really good, Manro. You got the blue down. The gold could use a little bit of depth, but the colors are really nice. And everybody should copy what Duncan does. Duncan does what he does to be copied. Work in progress while watching the stream. Hashtag Learning Man. Flavalicious has been doing some CAD work, working on some buildings of his own. Looking really good, man. I like the door. It looks familiar. No, that's pretty cool, man. It's liberating, isn't it? Learning to make some of your own stuff. It's exciting. It's something I need to dive back into, frankly. That was before the shade. Okay, all right. What? What does what mean? You're just gonna... I see where this is going, Flavalicious. You're just gonna make all the Hextech expansions yourself. And, yeah, it is a generic sci-fi door. That's kind of my point. All my shit is generic as hell. You're gonna make all the Hextech stuff yourself. And in a few months, I'm just gonna find myself destitute. You're gonna be like, hey, everybody remember Thunderhead? Fuck no, we're hanging out in Flavalicious's stream now. Coming for the crown! It's not a very good crown. I made it myself. It's made out of construction paper. It's not as exciting as it sounds. Really though, Flavalicious, this is looking fucking great, man. I need to print one out. I saw you had some printing errors with the first one. And I think I told you to maybe up the infill. But I'd love to try printing one out, man. Send me some tester files. I'll just make adapter packs. Hey, that'll work. Today's progress, in some ways, feels like not much despite being over an hour. I know that feeling, White Wolf. But he's looking good. That's a nice deep blue. You just keep plugging away at it, man, and before you know it, you're done. Nice work on the metal. Good shading. I like that base coat blue. That is really nice. Some highlights, that's really going to start popping. And we got to repeat it again over here. I don't know who this guy is, but he looks, unhealthy. Here's some 1/300th aircraft I just pulled out of my Elegoo Mars. Gonna try running a few Vietnam scenarios to expose some friends over at Right Pat to our addiction. Atlas for scale. Oh, nice! I love the Mars. It's a fantastic machine. I haven't 3D printed my own crown yet. Yeah, it is in fact a Burger King crown. It's an old Burger King crown that's been broken and then repaired a few times. I haven't printed a crown yet. I know, shocking. I've got some gold silk filament up there. I really should. I bought it so I could print a one-ring dice bowl, which is all I did with it. Really nice prints, Datron. It came out nice and clean. Scrubbing Bubbles. Who's Scrubbing Bubbles? Scrubbing Bubbles. Identify yourself, please. I mean, you don't have to. I like to know who in chat is who, because I'm not sure who Scrubbing Bubbles is. Not even a medieval knight's crown. No crowns at all. Nothing that I wear on my head. I've got oh shit. Hethrier, I can't believe I still have that Revan mask looking at me, dude. I'll finish that fucking thing for you, man. I'm sorry. Oh, that's Macro Raptor. Awesome. I would laugh if you made a crown that fits the Dread helmet. That would be a big crown, man. Holy shit. And then he truly would be the law. Macro Raptor, let's take a look. You've been working on some Legion, finishing up and basing an E-Web tonight. You're absolutely welcome for the encouragement. Dude, thank you for being encouraged. It makes me feel more useful. Really nice work. Looks like you're doing an alternate color scheme for the Snow Troopers, which I approve of. It is an annoyance of mine for the Imperial Forces for Legion that there are as many Snow Trooper-centric units. Because Snow Troopers are Stormtroopers wearing snow gear, but, you know, whatever, make them different. Sure, why not? I like the alternate scheme, though. It kind of helps them blend into more environments. Without just, like, okay, it's not that the Galactic Marine look for the Snow Troopers doesn't look cool, but everybody does it. Like, it was the first thing people started doing, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it does help to stand out to do something different. And I like this. It's simple, it's subtle, and yes, it makes them look like they're just wearing hostile environment gear and not specifically snow gear. Really nice work. Good work on the E-Web. Yeah, I like the basing, too. I like how you put some rocks under the cable there. Oh, and we got some Shore Troopers in an alternate scheme, too. I can dig that. I never got all that jazz on the Shore Trooper scheme. Call me a fuddy-duddy. Don't call me that. That's a stupid thing to call someone. Really nice white highlights. Man, I've been sitting here doing white highlights, and you're doing better ones than I am. What the fuck? What the fuck? They don't. They don't have non-storm... I've done that like 9 times tonight. It's terrible. They don't have non-snow trooper E-webs for the official models. I know, it's crazy. There are some people who make alternate... Or rather, I've seen people take scout troopers and modify them to be on the E-webs, which I would prefer. I would love it if someone, a 3D designer out there... I guess I could probably do it. But that would require me doing work. Should make some printable stormtroopers and scout troopers to go with the E-web. I would love that. That would be fantastic. Really good looking shore troopers though, man. That white is surprisingly effective on their armor with the single red, what would that be? That's not a van brace, that's a rear brace underneath the pauldron. That single red rear brace. Looks really nice. Good work, man. Then we got ourselves a Stormtrooper Commander over here. I still can't get one of these boxes. Skullforge Industries does. They make an alternate version of the team. That's awesome. I haven't looked at Skullforge in a while. I've been getting everything from Darkfire. You're a fuddy-duddy. Kursala, you just had to go and do it. You had to. Also, regular Rebel troops for the FDM cannon. Yeah, I may have to take a look at that, Macro Raptor. Thank you very much for the information. Nice-looking Bosk. Really good looking. That yellow is... It pops real well without being like canary yellow, which is something I've seen on a lot of Bosks, and his outfit was more golden yellow. Good work on the scales. It's a well-textured model, and you did a fantastic job with it. I'm loving the look of this. This is like a 501st scheme that you've got going on for the Stormtrooper Commander, yeah? Really nice work. Yeah, the one on the right, bloody hellfire. No, really, fantastic fucking work. Thank you so much for sharing. Test print finished. Botch the exposure settings. Hey, I always botch the exposure settings. That's like my stock and trade, man. That's my USP. If I don't botch the settings, it's not really mine. But the important parts came out fine, like the... Ooh, is it gonna load? Yeah, there we go. That's looking pretty good. I like that you do your details deep enough you can actually fucking see them. That's a nice change from a lot of the models that people make. That's looking good, Kursala. I can't wait to see that assembled. Silvery Demise Phalanx. First foray outside Battletech. Got some dwarves going on. That's a brave foray. That's quite a leap. The hair, the beards, and the mohawk are looking quite nice. Mini painting is... and the skin tone on the left is really interesting. It looks like you got some blues, a little bit of purple in there. That's really nice. Oh, and he's stomping on an orc head. I just saw that. Oh, dwarves. That's really awesome, Silvery. Thank you so much for sharing. It's nice to... Like, we all get our start mini painting somewhere, but it's nice to branch out periodically. It keeps it fresh. Spalder. Roland, I think a Spalder technically has to cover the cap of the shoulder, but I know that there is a great deal of back and forth on what piece of armor is called what, because there are like several thousand years of history and language trading back and forth to describe different things. But I think a Spalder has to cover the point of the shoulder. I'm pretty sure that the rear brace would be an accurate description for something that covers the bicep, because you got van brace, rear brace, Spalder, and or Palder. One of those two terms indicates that something is larger, and then the rondelle is the little round piece that goes here, but that also has like 2 or 3 names. I love armor, you guys. I do. I'm very into armor. White Wolf, just rubbing it in. Just rubbing it in at this point. I don't even know what this is. I would just shove my face into the whole damn thing. So some kind of meat and some mashed potatoes. My God, man. Look at that. Oh, that looks flaky and delicious. You're literally just trying to kill me at this point, you guys. And some desserts. Come the fuck on, man. Alright, here we go. Started, but only got a little bit done. Headache made it hard to concentrate. Forgot wrong. I cannot paint when I have a headache. Like some of the... Okay, I'll make the food channel, since it is in such demand. Cottage pie. That's what I thought it was. I enjoy a good cottage pie or shepherd's pie. I really do. Got my toppings heavy on my ice cream. I'll make the damn food porn channel. For God's sake. No, a headache will stop me dead when it comes to painting. I can't focus on small things, and I certainly can't do fine work. That you got this done while having a headache that even started on back here, that's fantastic, man. God, that king crab looks so good. Oh, it's disgusting. It disgusts me, it looks so good. Vandal Noir with an Atlas. That's looking real nice, man. You've used both blue and black, and it looks like you're doing bluish highlights on the black, but they're still fairly distinct. That's pretty nice. I like that. I wouldn't have thought to do that myself. Huh. That's looking really good, Vandal. Thank you so much for sharing. Just for Kicks, a Lancer Memory Knight. Another design by Jason Spikerman. Samuel L. Jackson voice. I can't. I can't. I'm not gonna do the Samuel L. Jackson voice. It's just, I don't have it in me. But I can say, refuse your what, motherfucker? Say what? Say what one more goddamn time. I love this pose. I love this pose. I have a weakness for melee mechs and heroic posing. And, this guy looks like a badass. This is a really nice sculpt. I like the way that his head is turned. Like, you got the whole body postured down. It's a classic fantasy pose that this dude is in. I like the plate on the back of his hand, too. That looks really cool. Work in progress. Jamie Wolf, Archer. Yeah. The 42 bird salute. Mechs with swords just... Oh, God, do I ever feel you on that one, Macro Raptor? I fucking love mechs with swords, hammers, and axes. Let me tell you. Gumby Gizmo with the last minute follow. It was the mech with the sword. That's what did it. Gumby Gizmo was like, look at that fucking thing. Look at that beautiful mech. Gumby Gizmo, I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Thank you so much for the follow. We are coming to the very end of the stream now. I got a button for that, don't I? Kaboom! And it looks like my banner's right. Sunday, May 10th. It's right. I'll be damned. Sunday, May 10th will be the next time this stream fires up. I'm not going to be doing Star Wars Sunday. We talked about maybe doing terrain. That's possible. I think I'm going to push for heavy gear. I think I'm going to push to try to do some heavy gear Sunday. That's going to be my goal. That one is... I didn't want to say that, Vergata wrong. That was one of my first complaints about that model, was that it has 80 missiles in it for some reason. That was one of the... Honestly, that model was one of the first ones that I started modifying myself. It was the first file that I loaded in and started trying to make modifications to. And that started something. Anyone in the Springs that could help you with your Elegoo Mars? I'm nearby-ish. Hit me up on Discord. Maybe I could give you some tips, Vandal. Let's see who's doing what, shall we? Steiner should be going. You going, Steiner? Let's have a look. Yeah, Steiner Miniatures is up and painting. I don't know that he's painting mechs. Is he painting? It looks like he's painting. You know what? I see hex bases. I see hex bases, so I strongly suspect that it is going to be battle mechs, which I know excites you monsters. So let's go ahead and do that. Cheveo, thank you for saying so. Let's get this raid started. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for joining me on this Thursday. It's been Thursday today, right? I gotta eat something. I've been forgetting things all night. It's been terrible. You might think I've got a case of poo brain, which it is true. I am in fact whack with poo brain. I am going to send you guys over to Steiner Miniatures. Again, thank you everyone for being here. A big thank you to Kat, who is not here at the moment, but who has been a fantastic help to the entire stream. A big thank you to Project Dark Fox, not only for the moderation assistance, but for all the art that you have contributed. Thank you to Sumer, thank you to Roland, thank you to all of our new viewers. Thank every single one of you. You guys always improve my night. You really do. You take kind of a crappy day and you give it a little bit of an upswing. You know? Alright, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Guys, have fun over at Steiner Miniatures. I will see you on Sunday. As always, keep on painting. I'm gonna go bury my face in a pile of mashed potatoes and curry now. That should be a good time. Alright, I'll see you later.